procedural requirements under Standing Order 120. To this end, honorable members, you will notice that at order number 8 of the order paper for today, Tuesday, 24th February 2026, the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee is scheduled to move a procedural motion to reduce the publication period to allow the bill to be read a first time. This will be followed by the first reading of the bill when we reach order number 13 in the order paper of today. Thereafter, the bill will stand committed to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for consideration. The committee is expected to consider the bill within statutory timelines and report back to the House to enable it to proceed with the subsequent stages of consideration, including bicameral process on the bill. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th February 2026. A, the following legal notices, explanatory memorandum, certificates of compliance, advisory from the Kenya Law Reform Commission, and public participation reports from the Ministry of Roads and Transport. A, legal notice number 11 of 2026 relating to the traffic school transport rules 2026. B, legal notice number 12 of 2026 relating to the traffic drink driving rules 2026. Legal notice number 13 of 2026 relating to the traffic motor vehicle inspection rules 2026. And D, legal notice number 14 of 2026 relating to the National Transport and Safety Operation of Commercial Vehicles Regulations 2026. B, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025 and certificates therein in respect of 1. Asal Roads Project Credit Number CK117018 Kenya Rural Roads Authority. 2. Commodities Fund Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme. 3. De-risking Inclusion and Value Enhancement Pastoral Economies Drive in the Horn of Africa Credit Number 7139 KE Kenya Development Corporation. 4. Eastern and Africa Regional Transport Trade Development Facilitation Project, IDA CR number 5638 KE, Kenyan National Authority. 5. Eastern Africa Transport Trade and Development Facilitation Project, credit number 5634 KE, IDA, State Department for Roads. 6. Enable Youth Kenya Program, grant credit number PKEAAZ014, ADF loan number 210015003895, State Department for Agriculture. 7. Fish Levy Trust Fund. 8. Horn of Africa Gateway Development Isiolo Mandera Corridor, Elwak Ramu Road upgrading, Kenya National Highways Authority. 9. Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, National Transport and Safety Authority. 10. Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, State Department for Transport. 11. Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, loan number 6768 KE, Kenya National Highways Authority. 12. Horn of Africa Groundwater for Resilience Project, IDA credit number 70820 KE and grant number P174867, Water Resource Authority. 13. Improvement of rural roads and market infrastructure in Western Kenya, KFW credit number 200765123, Kenya Rural Roads Authority. 14. Honorable Speaker, Kenol Sagana Marua Highway Improvement Project, PKEDBO 037, credit number 5050 00901 and 2000-200004504, Kenya National Highways Authority. 15. Kenya Literature Bureau Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme. 16. Kenya Nairobi Western Bypass Project, China Exim Bank, Kenya National Highways Authority. 17. Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Project, COSAP, SNV, credit number 6135 KE, State Department for Energy. 18. Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Project for underserved counties, IDA CR number 6135 KE, Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation. 19, Kenya Water Security and Climate Resilience Project grant number TFOA 0761A and credit number 5268 stroke 5667 stroke 7423 KE, State Department for Irrigation. 20, Kenya Water Sanitation and Hygiene Program, credit number 7559 KE, grant number is 271 KE, State Department for Water and Sanitation. 21, Mbeere North Technical and Vocational College. 22, Mulango Technical Vocational College. 23, Multinational Kenya-Tanzania Interconnection Project, Kenya Component ADF loan number 2100150032 Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited. 24, Multinational Program to Build Resilience for Blood and Nutrition Security in the Horn of Africa, BREFONS Project, credit number 2100150042 State Department for Agriculture. 25, Murang'a Technical Training Institute. 26, Nairobi Metropolitan Service Improvement Project, IDA credit number 5102 KE, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. 27, Nairobi Outer Ring Road Improvement Project, loan number 210050304144 Kenya Urban Roads Authority. 28, Nairobi Ring Transmission Line Project, AFD credit number CKE 106801 NAFD credit number CKE 6012.01 FD credit number CK 103001B EAB credit number 24.367 KE and GOK Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited. 29, Nairobi Rivers Basin Rehabilitation and Restoration Program, PKE EBO -101, Sewerage Improvement Project 2 at the Water Works Development Agency. 30, National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, credit number IDA 7064, KE, State Department for Agriculture. 31, National Urban Improvement Project, IDA credit number 5140 KE, Kenya Railways Corporation. 32, National Urban Transport Improvement Project loan 150 KE, Kenya National Highways Authority. 33, National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement Nyota Project, IDA credit number 7355 KE, Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. 34, Northern Collectors Phase 1 and National and Additional Rehabilitation and Development of the Network Project, credit number CKE 107401 KE, Athi Water Works Development Agency. 35, Office of the Controller of Budget, Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme Fund. 36, Program for Legal Empowerment and Aid Delivery Project, credit number KED FED 2018-39-759-1. Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice. 37, Second Kenya Devolution Support Program, IDA credit number 7447 KE, State Department for Devolution. 38, Second Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project, IDA credit number 6759 and FD credit CKE 11801S, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. 39, Second Urban Support Program, credit number IDA 73490 KE, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. 40, Small Scale Irrigation and Value Addition Project, credit number 2000130014530 and grant number 5570155000751, State Department for Agriculture. 41, St. Lawrence Egoji Teachers College. 42, Supporting Access to Finance and Enterprise Recovery Project, IDA credit number 7018 KE, Kenya Development Corporation. 43, Tharaka Technical and Vocational College. 44, the Commission on Administration of Justice. 45, the Kenya Agricultural Business Development Project, CEDA, grant number 15808, State Department for Agriculture. 46, the project for the improvement of power distribution system in and around Nakuru City and Mombasa City, JICA, grant number 186780, Kenya Power and Lighting Company, PLC. 47, Transforming Health Systems for Universal Healthcare, THSUC project, grant ID credit number 5836 TFOA 2561, TFOA 2792, and CRP1 P1 52 394, Ministry of Health. 48, University of Kabianga. 49, upgrading of Kibwezi Mutomo Kitui Migwani project number BLA 2016 K001, Kenya National Highways Authority. 50, Vijana Vuka na Afya Viva Youth Program project number 2013-67-465, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. And 51, Honorable Speaker, Water Services Regulatory Board, Car Loan and Mortgage Loan Fund. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Well done. Well done, Owen. Leader of delegation to Marrakesh, Morocco, IPU, Peter Kihungi. You are ready today? Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th February 2026. Report of the Kenya delegation to the First Interparliamentary Union, IPU, Global Interfaith Dialogue held in Marrakesh, Morocco from 13th to 15th June 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor, Ken Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th February 2026. Report on the Departmental Committee on Labor on the approval hearing of Mr. Francis Major for appointment as Chairperson of the Public Service Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 24th February 2026. That is a report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the approval hearing of Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga, EGH, for the appointment as a permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP.
Leader of delegation to IPU, John Kiarie.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th February 2026. And this is the report of the delegation to the 147th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings that were held in Luanda, Angola from 23rd to 27th of October 2023, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Next order. So let's do next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Emilio Odhiambo. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm holding brief for the Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Go ahead.
And she would like to give a notice of motion. This is the
that
report.
Is not how to give a notice of motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give a notice of motion for the following, notice of the following motion. That this House notes the report of the Kenya's delegation to the 149th and 150th Assemblies of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings, which were held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 13th to 17th October 2024, and in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, from the 5th to the 9th April 2025, laid on the paper of this House on Thursday, 5th December 2024, and Tuesday, 14th October 2025. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker.
Chairperson, Committee on national cohesion and equal opportunity. Yusuf.
Sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of motion for the following, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee of National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity on inspection visit of 14 special need schools in specific counties laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 30th July, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a second one.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of motion on the following motion, that the House adopts the fourth report of the Select Committee on the National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity on Employment Diversity Audit in Public Institutions laid on the table of the House on 4th of December 2025. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Yusuf. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of motion on the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Public Service Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 233, subsection 2 of the Constitution, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, the House approves the appointment of Mr. Francis Major as the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations.
Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the finding of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the approval hearing of the nominee for appointment as a permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program laid on the table of the House Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132E of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga, EGH, as the permanent representative of the Republic of Kenya to the United Nations Environment Program.
Chairperson, Constitution Implementation Oversight Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the fourth report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th November 2025, on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 1. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and 2. The Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Leader of Delegation to IPU, John Kerry.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to give a notice of motion, and Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House notes the reports of the Kenya delegations to the 147th and 148th Assemblies of the Interparliamentary Union and the related meetings that were held in Luanda, Angola from 23rd to 27th October 2027, and in Geneva, Switzerland from 23rd to 27th March 2024, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and Wednesday, 18th September 2024, respectively. Okay. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, as leader of this delegation.
Thank you. Before I call Honorable Gikaria, allow me, honorable members, to acknowledge in the public gallery Naivasha Sub-County Education and Cluster leaders from Naivasha constituency, Nakuru. And in the speaker's gallery, Koru Girls High School from Horoni, Kisumu. I've been requested by Honorable Muya I give you a minute to welcome the Naivasha team and two members, Honorable Oroni and Honorable Justice Kemei, to welcome Koro Girls on behalf of Honorable Koyo. Moya, you have a minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of Honorable Jane Kihara, Member of Parliament for Naivasha, I welcome the team. This is the sub-county education cluster leaders from Naivasha who have been working on matters of education. I welcome you to the National Assembly, and we recognize you. Most of the members are working with education stakeholders. Thank you very much. See how the debate is going on. In one of the business, there is petition on TSC upon teachers who handle the special education, and many of such debates have been going on in this National Assembly. Welcome. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oron.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to welcome Koru Girls High School from Moroni in Kisumu County. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of Honorable Koyo, I'm taking this opportunity to welcome you, Koru Girls. Koru Girls is one of our best schools in the county, one of the best in the constituency, and one of the best in the county. To the students, this is an opportunity to observe members' debate. Welcomed here. To watch what's going on.
For the opportunity you have given me to also welcome Koru Girls Secondary School in Moroni constituency on behalf of Honorable Koyo. This school, Mr. Speaker, is one of the best performing schools in the region and attracts students from both Kericho County, Kisumu County, and other parts of the country. At one stage, Mr. Speaker, this school sent almost all the students to the university. And as Sigawetsoin constituency, I've been invited on 2 occasions by Honorable Koyo to go and watch what's happening in that school. And we borrow a lot from Koru Girls in terms of improving our academic strategies in Sigawetsoin constituency. The deputy principal called me today to take the opportunity to welcome the girls. And may I inform you girls that I welcome you on behalf of Honorable Koyo and on behalf of my colleagues in Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Justice. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome Koru Girls School, their teachers and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. We also welcome Naivasha Sub-County Education Cluster leaders to the House of Parliament. Enjoy your stay. Honorable members, we'll go back to order number 5. Call out Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th February 2026, a joint report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and the Senate Standing Committee on Energy on consideration of the Field Development Plan and the production sharing contracts for blocks T6 and T7 in South Lokichal Basin in Turkana County. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. At order number 6, Gikaria.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the joint report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and the Senate Standing Committee on Energy on their consideration of the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contract for Block T6 and T7 in South Lokichal Basin, Turkana County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 31 of the Constitution and Section 31(2)(a) of the Petroleum Act, Cap 308, approves the ratification of the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contracts for Blocks T6 and T7 in South Lokichal Basin in Turkana County. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Gikaria. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Yusuf Farah. Honorable Yusuf Farah, member for Wajir West. No, I don't think that's for tomorrow. Sorry. Member for, is it Suna or Nyatike, Odeke?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to issue a statement regarding lease of land parcel number.
Are you issuing a statement or requesting for a statement?
This is, I'm requesting for a statement.
Yes.
Regarding lease of land, parcel number 17955. That's Muhuru Bay, Kadem, Makalda, stroke 498 in Migori County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands regarding the leasing of land, parcel number 17955, Muhuru Kadem Makalda, stroke 498, by the County Government of Migori. Honorable Speaker, the County Government of Migori intends to lease 900 acres of land, parcel Muhuru Kadem Makalda 498, land number 17955 to MS Global Search Solutions Limited for a period of 30 years. It is claimed that MS Global Search Solutions Limited intends to use the land to revive cotton farming and establish a gold processing plant. The Makalda Gold Belt is rich in precious minerals, particularly gold, making it a strategic national resource that ought to be exploited for the benefit of the nation, the local communities, and future generations in line with Article 69 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the land proposed to be leased to MS Global Search Solutions Limited is part of the 6,165 acres of Makalda Forest, which was gazetted as a forest by the Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry via Legal Notice 85 of 2023, published in Kenya Gazette, Volume C25, number 190 of 25th August 2023. Article 62.3F and G of the Constitution defines public land to include land with minerals and mineral oils and government forests. The said article further provides that such public land shall vest in and be held by the national government in trust for the people of Kenya and shall be administered on their behalf by the National Land Commission. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairman of the Departmental Committee on Lands on the following. 1. The circumstances under which the county government of Migori intends to lease land parcel LR number 17955 Muhuru Kadem Makalda 498 to a private entity despite it being gazetted as a public forest under the jurisdiction of the national government in terms of Article 62.3F and G of the Constitution. Number 2, a report on the role, involvement, and processes required to be undertaken by the National Land Commission, if any, prior to the leasing of public land under the national government by a county government. Number 3, clarification on whether the leasing of land parcel LR number 17955 of Muhuru Kadem Makalda stroke 498 by the county government of Migori are there to the provisions of Article 62.3G of the Constitution relating to the administration of public land under the national government. Number 4, the measures by the NLC to safeguard the said parcel of land from being leased by the county government of Migori. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Zainab, member for Migori, you wanted to joyride on that?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand here to support Honorable Dege's request for statement. Honorable Speaker, I am a resident of Nyatike sub-county, exactly where the parcel of land being mentioned, the land that is being given out to one individual, and the certificate, registration certificate, indicates that the parcel of land is being given to one former governor's wife Helen Obado, wife to former governor of Migori County. And as a resident of Nyatike, imagine I am going to be a tenant of a non-resident of Nyatike because the land is not for cotton. We all know that Nyatike is very rich in gold and copper. And the intention of leasing this land for 30 years, Honorable Speaker, 30 years, someone will be mining gold under the pretense of doing farming for cotton. In history of Nyatike and Migori as a whole, we have never, ever harvested cotton in that area. All we do is mining. So I request that this matter should be looked into thoroughly and make sure that that individual who is being given that land is stopped. He can do sugarcane in his area. We have never gone to take his land for sugarcane growing. But our land for Nyatike, we will defend it by blood and water. Thank you, Honorable.
Masara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one, I want to be rational. We need investors, but the right procedure needs to be followed so that our people can benefit. If this land, the survey, the research has been done that it can produce cotton, it can produce sisal, what is there is proper public participation and then take in consideration of the current resident and the impact of the same. Otherwise, we want to say that if this land is being given to somebody for political mileage or for whatever reason, and the public are not involved, and it is not for the public interest, then it will be wrong. But if it is for the public interest, the right procedure is followed, and then the right research is done, and the public are shown the benefit, like the rice, which is now in Nyatike, is okay. But if it is for gold mining, then we are going to reject it in totality until the truth or the details of the matter is shown to the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Lands Nyamoko, when can you bring a response? Give Honorable Nyamoko the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We'll give a comprehensive response in 14 days, 2 weeks.
Okay, 2 weeks it is. Mashua Waithaka, yes.
Honorable Speaker, barely 7 months ago, I raised a request for a statement on the same land to do with the small-scale miners. The chair said that he will give a report in 14 days. It is now going to 9 months. I've not gotten a response up to today. So I hope he takes this seriously and give us a response within 14 days.
Honorable Nyamoko, is that correct?
Honorable Speaker, we invited her to a committee meeting where the response was given. She didn't turn up. But I've given a commitment that will give a comprehensive response in the next 4 days.
For Kiambu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, for a statement from the chairperson of the Department of Finance and National Planning regarding the alleged withdrawal of funds from 2 ABSA accounts belonging to Mr. Kennedy Karanja Mashivu. Honorable Speaker, on 15 September 2025 at approximately 8 p.m., Mr. Kennedy Karanja Mashivu of ID number 1XXX61 received multiple transaction alerts indicating that a sum of approximately 3 million had been withdrawn from his 2 ABSA bank accounts without his knowledge or authorization. Following this incident, Mr. Mashivu immediately notified the bank and requested that the accounts be secured to prevent further loss. He subsequently launched a formal complaint with the bank and reported the matter to the Nairobi Central Police Station under OB number 81/16/09/2025. Mr. Mashivu has been a customer of ABSA Bank for close to 39 years and has had the sole mandate of operating both accounts personally and never authorized any third party to conduct transactions on his behalf. Despite numerous follow-ups, he has not received a satisfactory explanation regarding the circumstances under which the withdrawals were affected, no clarity on the status of investigations, including recovery of the funds. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. 1, a report on the status of investigations into the alleged withdrawal of funds from the 2 bank accounts belonging to Mr. Kennedy Karanja Mashivu. 2, the specific actions taken by Absa Bank following the reported incident, including internal investigation undertaken. 3, steps taken by relevant investigative authorities to ensure that Mr. Mashivu is compensated for the loss and specific timelines. And 4, measures put in place by the Central Bank of Kenya to ensure that financial institutions adhere to their statutory and fiduciary duty of care in safeguarding customer funds and preventing unauthorized transactions. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chair Finance. Chair Finance. Owen, can you inform the chair to bring a response in 2 weeks?
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Stephen Mogaka, West Mugirango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to request for this statement. And Mr. Speaker, as I request, Nyamira County, the seat is in my constituency, and I have therefore maximum interest in the question I am putting to the chair. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the suspension of World Bank funded programs in Nyamira County. Honorable Speaker, on the 15th day of December 2025, the National Treasury suspended 3 World Bank funded programs in Nyamira County, namely the Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program, FLOCA, number 2, the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project, and number 3, the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, due to alleged financial mismanagement, irregularities including unauthorized use of resources, unsupported expenditures, non-delivered activities, and governance failures. Noting that the programs are financed through the National Exchequer in collaboration with the International Development Association and the French Development Agency, there is great need for clarity on the circumstances surrounding the suspension and the measures being taken to safeguard public resources and to ensure service delivery. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. 1, a report on the finding that led to the suspension of the 3 said World Bank funded programs in Nyamira County. Number 2, a report on the status of investigations into the alleged mismanagement of the project funds. Number 3, the expected timeline for the completion of investigations and subsequent reinstatement of the projects, if at all. Number 4, measures put in place to ensure officers found responsible for the alleged mismanagement of funds are held to account for those funds. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the steps being taken to ensure continuity of services and mitigation of adverse effects on beneficiaries pending the reinstatement of the projects. I thank you, the Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, reduction of publication period of a specified bill.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to move this on behalf of the Chairperson Budget and Appropriations Committee, who is chairing a meeting of the committee. And I beg to move that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026 from 7 days to 5 days. Honorable Speaker, as the motion says, a procedural motion to allow us to be able to consider the Division of Revenue Bill within the timelines, statutory timelines set out for the BPS, since this part of the BPS and budget making process. Beg to move and request the Leader of Minority to second.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'll propose the question at order number 8, which is that pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period for the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026 from 7 days to 5 days. We put the question? Yes. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026 from 7 days to 5 days. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, question to be put and third reading.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, following some consultations with the Chair Jailak, I want to request your indulgence for us to defer this business to tomorrow afternoon, because there are some 2 clauses that he seeks to recommit just to create some good order within the bill to make sure there are not too many items that are being left to interpretation of the law and create clarity. And since they are working on those amendments today in committee, he requested that we defer this to tomorrow afternoon.
Order number 9 deferred to tomorrow 2:30. Before next order, members, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Lesirwo Day Secondary School from Kipkelion West, Kericho. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Students, when your school is mentioned, you stand up to be acknowledged. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025, question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration on the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th December 2025, and pursuant the provisions of Article 94.6 of the Constitution, Section 13A of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, and Section 17 of the Privileges and Immunities Act, Cap 179, nullifies the privileges and immunities the Global Center for Adaptation Order published as legal notice number 82 of 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of a petition regarding discrimination by Teachers Service Commission on career progression guidelines for special needs education teachers in Kenya. Mover to reply.
Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the honorable members of this House for the overwhelming support that they gave to this petition and this motion. And Honorable Speaker, as we support the adoption of the Public Petition Committee for the petition number 76 of 2023 by Robert Junuha Wekesa regarding discrimination by the Teacher Service Commission on career progression guidelines for special needs education teachers in Kenya, which was tabled on the 19th of November 2025. And Honorable Speaker, that highlighted the discrepancies in the grading of SNE teachers despite the 2017 job evaluation and 2018 career progression guidelines, CPG. This matter affects teachers serving learners with disabilities in special schools nationwide, demanding urgent parliamentary intervention. Honorable Speaker, the Teacher Service Commission admitted before the committee that the job titles in the payroll and those in the career progression guidelines of 2018 have been aligned for special needs education teachers, attributing this delay to the government's payroll system undergoing reconfiguration to facilitate migration to a new platform. Further to this admission, the committee observed that while salaries may not have been adversely affected, other benefits and allowances tied to specific grades were indeed impacted. This inconsistency has not only caused widespread confusion, but has also denied the teachers their rightful recognition within the service. Honorable Speaker, let me remind this House that this problem began in November 2017. Today, in February 2026, we are confronted with over 8 years of inaction affecting thousands of SNE teachers across Kenya, serving in special needs schools. Yet, despite this petition being filed in December 2023, the alignment has still not occurred. The moral impact on these teachers is profound. They feel forgotten, undervalued, and discriminated against simply because they chose the noble path of educating our children with disabilities. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Public Service is responsible for the payroll system and not the Teacher Service Commission. The Ministry of Public Service is mandated by the Executive Order number 2 of 2023 to oversee government payroll policy and standards across the entire public service. This includes managing the government human resources information system. The centralized platform where all public servants' payroll is processed and maintained. While Teacher Service Commission is an independent constitutional commission under Article 237 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, with authority over teacher employment and deployment, the actual payment infrastructure, the payroll system itself falls under the ministry's mandate to ensure uniformity, eliminate ghost workers, and maintain financial integrity across government. Therefore, when TSC sought to align SNE teachers' titles in the payroll, they had to work through the ministry as assess and modification of the centralized payroll system is controlled by the ministry, the custodian of government payroll policy and infrastructure. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, under Article 27, guarantees equality and freedom from discrimination. The effect of this 8-year delay is nothing short of discrimination against teachers who chose the specialized path of educating learners with disabilities. By adopting this report, we affirm the national values enshrined in the Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, talks about human dignity, equity, social justice, human rights, and non-discrimination. We declare that in Kenya, no teacher will be left behind due to administrative delays, and that those who teach our children with special needs are valued, respected, and treated fairly. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I must address the thousands of special needs education teachers across the country who are watching these proceedings. This House sees you, this House hears you, this House stands with you. You have waited 8 long years for justice, and I stand here today to tell you that your wait is coming to an end. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Take seats. Member for Elgeyo Marakwet, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 11, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 76 of 2023 regarding discrimination by the Teacher Service Commission on career progression guidelines for special needs education teachers in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th November 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, motion. Further changes to committee membership.
Chairperson, Selection Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move this motion in an amended form to read that notwithstanding the resolutions of the House of Wednesday, 5th March 2025, Thursday, 6th March 2025, and Tuesday, 29th July 2025, appointing members to various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. Under other select committees, on the Committee on Powers and Privileges, this is a select committee, Honorable Speaker, that is sessional, and the following members are being appointed into it. Honorable Rai Samuel Gonzi, MGH MP, Honorable Muli Fabian Chule MP, Honorable Lakuton Joseph CBS MP, Honorable Faith Oirimo-Gitau CBS MP, Honorable Chumel Samuel Moroto CBS MP, Honorable Kinjuri Festus Mwangi EGH MP, Honorable Cheng David Ouma CBS MP, Honorable Shege Sabina Wanjiro CBS MP, Honorable Mishi Mboko CBS MP, the Honorable Farah Maalim EGH MP, Honorable Mbalu Jessica Nduku Kiko CBS MP, the Honorable Ahmed Shakil Shabir CBS MP, the Honorable Maina Jane Jerry MP, the Honorable Mumo Rose Museo CBS MP. B, on Committee on Member Services and Facilities, the Honorable Dr. Karani Washira, CBS MP, the Honorable Basil Robert Ngui, MP, the Honorable Salim Faisal Badar, MP, the Honorable Yegon Brighton Leonard, MP, the Honorable Mwafrika Augustine Kamande, MP, the Honorable Jen Kihara Wanjiro Njeri, MP, the Honorable Mwangi Teresia Wanjiro, MP, the Honorable Gachagua George, MP, the Honorable Aramat Lemanken, MP, the Honorable Mongina Jerusha Momanyi, MP, the Honorable Dhiambo Elisha Ochieng, MP, the Honorable Busia Ruth Afiambo Odinga, MP, the Honorable Salasia Peter Kalerwa, MP, the Honorable Abur Paul, MP, the Honorable Muhanda LC Busihile, MP. C, on Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, the Honorable William Kamket, MP, the Honorable Mbai Nimrod Mbithuka, MP, the Honorable Murumba John Chikati, MP, the Honorable Risa Sunguya George, MP, the Honorable Geoffrey Ekesa Mulanya, MP, the Honorable Mukunji John Gitonga, MP, the Honorable Kitur Bernard Kibor, MP, the Honorable Major Dong Benjamin Gadhiro, MP, the Honorable Abdisalat Khalif Ali, MP, the Honorable Onyego Silvanas Osoro, MP, the Honorable Njoroge Meriwa Maua, MP, the Honorable Amoshomba Gadhoni HSC, MP, the Honorable Osero Patrick Ibagendi, MP, the Honorable Karido Kili Daniel, MP, the Honorable Nabulindo Peter Oscar, MP, the Honorable Aburi Lawrence Mpuru, MP, the Honorable Mohammed Umulkher Harun, the Honorable Mbalu Jessica Nduku Kiko, CBS MP, the Honorable Lentoy Johnny Jackson Lekumontare, MP, the Honorable Professor Jaldesa Guyo, MP, the Honorable Hamisi Kakuta Maimai, MP, the Honorable Paul Abur, MP. D, Committee on Delegated Legislation, the Honorable Omondi Moses Okoth, MP, to replace the Honorable Mwale Nicholas Tindi, CBS MP. E, the Committee on Implementation, the Honorable Njeru Leo Wamudende, MP, to replace the Honorable Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi, MP. F, Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. 1, the Honorable Ndakwa David Athman, MP, to replace the Honorable, the late Dana Joseph Hamisi, and 2, the Honorable George Koimburi Ndungu MP to replace Honorable Chelule Liza Chepkorir MP. G, the Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library, 1, the Honorable CPA Julius Ruto Kipleting MP to replace the Honorable Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba MP. 2, the Honorable Mwangi Geoffrey Wandete MP to replace the Honorable Koimburi George Ndungu MP. And 3, the Honorable Kombe Harrison Garama to replace the Honorable Raphael Wanjala CBS MP. H, Public Petitions Committee, the Honorable Biego Paul Kibichi MP to replace the late Honorable Tubi Bidu Mohammed. I, on the Committee on Regional Integration, the Honorable Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba MP to replace the Honorable CPA Ruto Julius Kipleting MP. And 2, the Honorable Koimburi George Ndungu MP to replace the Honorable Mrembo Irene Joki. Under the category of the Financial Audit and Money-Related Committees, J, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, the Honorable Ongondo Boyd Were to replace the Honorable Kibagendi Anthony MP. K, on Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, the Honorable Hassan Ahmed Maalim MP to replace the Honorable Sheikh Umur Ker Kasim MP. L, on Special Funds Accounts Committee, the Honorable Sankaire Lea Sopiato MP to replace the Honorable Biego Paul Kibichi MP. On departmental committees, under M, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, the Honorable Njeru Leo Amudende MP to replace the Honorable late Tubi Bidu Mohammed. And Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, the Honorable Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba MP to replace the Honorable Karemba Eric Muchangi CBS MP. And 2, the Honorable Kipchumba Harold Kimuge MP to replace the Honorable Siyad Amina Ugdun MP. On the Departmental Committee on Regional Development, 1, the Honorable Hassan Ahmed Maalim MP to replace the Honorable Umulker Kasim Sheikh MP. And 2, the Honorable Wamushomba Gadhoni HSC MP to replace the Honorable Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto MP. P, on the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture, the Honorable Ndakwa David Athman MP to replace the Honorable late Dinar Joseph Hamisi. And finally, on the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife, the Honorable Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi MP to replace the Honorable Sankaire Lea Sopiato MP. Honorable Speaker, these changes are occasioned by your call when we opened this House on the 10th of February to, 1, reconstitute the 2 sessional committees, that is the Committee on Powers and Privileges and the Committee on Members' Welfare, that are sessional committees whose term had lapsed at the end of the last session. Honorable Speaker, also to accommodate the 6 new members who had no committees. Honorable Speaker, because we had 6 members who were absent from the House, we had a number of other members some who were holding more than 2 committees. And therefore, you notice there are those that we have taken away some of the extra committees that they were holding, including Honorable Chair. Honorable Speaker, sorry. I know, Honorable Speaker, you are very keen not to be referred to as a chair, but it's because I'm talking about chairmen and chairpersons. Honorable Speaker, I was saying including chairpersons of committees who, in line with our own standing orders, Standing Order 174-3, Honorable Speaker, which says that except as the House may otherwise resolve on the recommendation of the Committee on Selection for reasons to be stated, a member who is a chairperson of a committee or a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission appointed under Article 127(2)(c) of the Constitution shall not serve in more than 1 committee. Therefore, we had chairs, case example of Honorable Tindi Mwale, Honorable Karemba Muchangi, Honorable Raphael Wanjala, who are chairs of committees, but they were also sitting in their committees. And again, because we did not want to have vacancies in committees, even in the absence of the 6 members who are not there. Now we have realigned to make sure that if you are chairing a committee, unless there are reasons that would be stated by the selections committee justifying that reason, we only have, I think, 1 vacancy now occasioned by the loss of the late Honorable Tubi, and whose by-election is slated for this Thursday in Isiolo South. And I want to believe, Honorable Speaker, next week or the week after, the selections committee will sit again to realign and be able to accommodate the new member who will be elected in Isiolo South, plus any other changes that may be necessary, Honorable Speaker, because occasionally the House leadership also has to look at how efficient House business will move, Honorable Speaker. And of course, also bearing in mind the coalition arrangements that we have, inter-coalition and within the two coalitions that we have in the House, Honorable Speaker, there are also arrangements on who sits in which committee. And again, Honorable Speaker, the arithmetics of the House has changed. For instance, Manisa constituency and Mbere North were positions that were not previously held by UDA. One was held by the Democratic Party, the other one was UDM. UDA now has gotten those seats back. And therefore, the arithmetics of how we sit in committees also changes. Therefore, we have sat as a selections committee and tried to balance that in the consultation with the House leadership and pass those changes, which again have been adopted by the House Business Committee this lunch hour. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to note that because I know there are a few of us who are holding 2 committees, others 3. And it was necessary that time to fill those vacancies in those committees. But now that we have our colleagues, Boyd Were, Mondi here, Wamudende, Malim, who are now in the House, it is only fair that we relinquish some of those positions to allow them to also serve in these committees. Let me also take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to apologize to the House and to these new members because we've taken about 2 weeks to settle this matter, and we had hoped that we'll be able to get them to get involved in the work of committees as early as possible. But I want to believe this is a matter that we can quickly expend with this afternoon so that from tomorrow, even those who are in departmental committees, they can start participating in the ongoing meetings of the budget-making process under BPS so that they get to understand, especially for our new members, what goes on in the House, since they don't have a lot of time, Honorable Speaker. With that, I beg to move and I want to request the Leader of Minority, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the reconstitution of committees. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, and the members are aware that we had a mini general election. We had, an election in 6 constituencies at the same time. Mr. Speaker, because the IEBC was not constituted in time to conduct those elections. So now, after the elections, the members came to the House and they expect to serve at least in 1 committee as per the standing orders. So the Committee on Selection had a meeting this morning and looked at the reconstitution of the committees. And there were members who were sitting in 3 or 4 committees, Mr. Speaker, and we managed to reallocate a few committees to the new members who have arrived so that they can also, in line with the standing orders, serve in 1 committee at least in the House, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, this issue of committees, I think there is also, in the next reconstitution, there's an issue that we need to look at. There are members who are serving in committees but who are not attending committee sittings, Mr. Speaker. And they are holding those positions when there are other members who will have served better, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at the attendance, and when we want to liaise with the office of the clerk, so that the clerks of those committees can be requested to furnish to the whip's offices the attendance of every committee member. Mr. Speaker, sometimes this morning I met one of the government officers on the corridors of the House, and I asked him, have you finished the committee meeting? And he told me, no, we are waiting for quorum. And Mr. Speaker, that committee has enough numbers to form quorum. The attendance is poor, so we need to look into that matter. So, Mr. Speaker, in this system, the presidential system, under this constitution, Mr. Speaker, the bulk of the work of Parliament happens in committees. And then later at the plenary, Mr. Speaker. So committee work is very, very, very important. But having said that, there are also committees who are doing fantastic job, Mr. Speaker, in the House. There's a lot of work. You know, if the committees of the House are not working also, will not be seated today here, because all the work that we are looking at in the plenary here, Mr. Speaker, are works that came from committees. So I also want to thank the committees that are doing a lot of work, who are putting a lot of time into their work, Mr. Speaker. And we want to congratulate them and thank them for doing their work. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to request members that there is a by-election also happening in Isiolo. So after that by-election, depending on who wins the seat, it will be again a reconstitution of the committee. But I want to ask members that being in a committee is not an entitlement. It is the preserve of the party that sponsors you to take you to the committee that thinks you can serve well. I see some people taking the committee as an entitlement. It's not a right. It's not a right. What is right to you is your election, that you are elected as a member of parliament. When you come here, it is your party that decides which committee you'll serve in. It's like the appointment of cabinet in the executive. So those people who are masquerading here thinking that they have an entitlement to any committee, we will deal with you thoroughly. I wish I go back as a whip. You know, I left my job of whipping long time. When I was a whip, Mr. Speaker, I used to be a very dangerous man. You remember last parliament, Mr. Speaker? Those people who are joking around with the party, by now, ningenyo bila maji. Mr. Speaker, we need to, Mr. Speaker, my whip also is trying. She has tried to balance things. The last 10 days, she has sleepless nights trying to balance interest here and there. I don't envy her work. This morning, I had a meeting with her. We discussed. But, I am the one now who can give an early warning to people who are misbehaving, Mr. Speaker. We have given you a warning. I'm serving a warning, Mr. Speaker, as the leader of minority on my side. Anyone who will not adhere to the party line, Mr. Speaker, you will end up relinquishing your committee seat to a lesser one, Mr. Speaker, so that you get to know that it is the party that rewards people to sit in committees. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I second.
What is it, Mele?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the minority leader has actually acknowledged that I should have been the minority leader and he the whip. Because the whip actually has the power of the pen. And me, I don't like the power of the pen. Me, I don't want power. He's the one who wants power. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, he wants power. But, Mr. Speaker, because he has the power of the pen, but we work very well together, that aside. Mr. Speaker, me, I don't like, even when I'm...
What is out of order?
What is out of order, Mr. Speaker? Yes. Is he in order to acknowledge too late that he should have left for me that seat and taken the minority whip instead?
Mr. Speaker, I know very well that my whip is capable of being the minority leader. But Mr. Speaker, when an assessment was done, when the former minority leader left the office, Honorable Opio Wandai, an assessment was done by the party, Mr. Speaker, at Emory Hotel. And it was discovered that my whip is a bit temperamental. So she was told first to stay in whip, then from there we'll relegate to the other.
Order, members. Order, members. I'll now propose the question. I'll now propose the question at order number 12, which is that. Order, Anjeri. Order. That notwithstanding the resolutions of the House of Wednesday, 5th March 2025, Thursday, 6th March 2025, and Tuesday, 29th July 2025, appointing members to various committees and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 175, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. Committee on Powers and Privileges, the Honorable Rai Samuel Gonzi, MGH-MP, the Honorable Muli Fabian Kule, MP, the Honorable Lekuton Joseph, CBS MP, the Honorable Faith Wairimu Gitau, CBS MP, the Honorable Chumel Samuel Moroto, CBS MP, the Honorable Kinjuri Festus Mwangi, EGH MP, the Honorable Ocheng David Ouma, CBS MP, the Honorable Chege Sabina Wanjiru, CBS MP, the Honorable Mishi Mbogo, CBS MP, the Honorable Farah Maalim, EGH MP, the Honorable Mbalu Jessica Nduku Kiko, CBS MP, the Honorable Ahmed Shakil Shabir, CBS MP, the Honorable Maina Jen Jerry MP, the Honorable Mumo Rose Museo, CBS MP. Committee on Members, Services and Facilities. The Honorable Dr. Karani Stephen Washira, CBS MP, the Honorable Basil Robert Ngui MP, the Honorable Salim Faisal Badar MP, the Honorable Yegon Brighton Leonard MP, the Honorable Mwafrika Augustine Command MP, the Honorable Kihara Jen Wanjiru Njeri MP, the Honorable Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru MP, the Honorable Gachagua George MP, the Honorable Aramat Lamanken MP, the Honorable Mongina Jerusha Momanyi MP, the Honorable Odhiambo Elisha Ocheng MP, the Honorable Busia Ruth Adhiambo Odinga MP, the Honorable Salasia Peter Kalero MP, the Honorable Abor Paul MP, the Honorable Muhanda Elsie Busihile MP. Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, the Honorable William Kamket MP, the Honorable Mbai Nimrod Mbithuka MP, the Honorable Murumba John Chikat MP, the Honorable Risa Sunguya George MP, the Honorable George Ekesa Mulanya MP, the Honorable Mukunji John Gitonga MP, the Honorable Kitur Bernard Kibor MP, the Honorable Majadong Benjamin Gathiru MP, the Honorable Abdisirat Khalif Ali MP, the Honorable Onyego Silvano Soro MP, the Honorable Njoroge Mary Wamawa MP, the Honorable Wamshomba Gadoni HSC MP, the Honorable Osero Patrick Kibagende MP, the Honorable Carido Kili Daniel MP, the Honorable Nablindo Peter Oscar MP, the Honorable Aburi Lawrence Mpuru MP, the Honorable Mohammed Umulher Harun MP, the Honorable Mbalu Jessica Nduku Kiko CBS MP, the Honorable Lendoi John Jackson Lekum Montare MP, the Honorable Professor Jaldesa Gui MP, the Honorable Nguna Charles Ngusi MP, the Honorable Hamisi Kakuta Maimai MP, the Honorable Abor Paul MP, Committee on Delegated Legislation, the Honorable Omondi Moses Okoth MP to replace the Honorable Male Nicholas Tindi CBS MP. Committee on Implementation, the Honorable Njeru Leonard Wamutende MP to replace the Honorable Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi MP. Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity, the Honorable Ndakwa David Athman MP to replace the Honorable Denar Joseph Hamisi the late, and the Honorable Koimburi George Ndungu MP to replace the Honorable Chelule Lisa Chepkorir MP. Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library, the Honorable CPA Ruto Julius Kipleting MP to replace the Honorable Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba MP. The Honorable Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto MP to replace the Honorable Koimburi George Ndungu MP. The Honorable Kombe Harrison Garama to replace the Honorable Wanjala Raphael CBS MP. Public Petitions Committee, the Honorable Biego Paul Kibichi MP to replace the late Honorable Tubi Bidu Mohammed. Committee on Regional Integration, the Honorable Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba MP to replace the Honorable CPA Ruto Julius Kipleting MP. The Honorable Koimburi George Ndungu MP to replace the Honorable Mrembo Irene Joki MP. Finance, Audit, Money-Related Committees, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, the Honorable Ongondo Boyd Were MP to replace the Honorable Kibagende Anthony MP. Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, the Honorable Hassan Ahmed Maalim MP to replace the Honorable Sheikh Umulher Kasim MP. Special Funds Accounts Committee, the Honorable Sangaire Lea Sopiato MP to replace the Honorable Biego Paul Kibishi MP. Departmental committees, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, the Honorable Njeru Leo Wamthende MP to replace the late Honorable Tubi Bidu Mohammed. Order, Honorable Ruth, take your seat. Yes. Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, the Honorable Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba MP to replace the Honorable Karemba Eric Muchangi CBS MP, the Honorable Kipchumba Harold Kimunge MP to replace the Honorable Siad Amina Udgon MP. Departmental Committee on Regional Development, the Honorable Hassan Ahmed Maalim MP to replace the Honorable Umul Her Kasim Sheikh MP, the Honorable Wamshomba Gadoni HSC MP to replace the Honorable Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto MP. Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture, the Honorable Ndakwa David Athman MP to replace the late Honorable Denar Joseph Hamisi. Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife, the Honorable Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi MP to replace the Honorable Sangaire Lea Sopiato MP. Do I put the question? Yes, Mondi, what's your point of order?
Rise under Standing Order number 147, sub-article 3 and 176 of our standing orders. Let me start with the first one, which is 174, sub-article 3 of our standing orders. 174,
yes.
3B in particular, and I'll read them for the benefit of the members. A member who is a chairperson of a committee or a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission appointed under Article 127(2)(c) of the Constitution shall not serve in more than one committee. I've been chair of CIOC, so have been serving only in that committee. I used to be a member of the Sports Committee. In the list that has been circulated, my name appears nowhere. And I know under our standing orders, I'm entitled to sit in one committee. So I would like to get clarification on that point. The second one is Standing Order 176(1), discharge of a member from a committee. A party may discharge a member from a select committee after according the member an opportunity to be heard. 2, the party whip of the party that nominated a member to a select committee shall give notice in writing to the Speaker of the intention to discharge a member from a select committee. 3, the Speaker shall, within 3 days of receipt of the notice under paragraph 2, inform the member of the notice. 1, my understanding of the word discharge in legal, as a matter of legal definition, is to be released, to be terminated, or to be discontinued as a member of a select committee, which has happened in this case because my name has been excluded in the membership of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. I have not been accorded an opportunity to be heard. Neither has the Speaker informed me that he received a notice. Neither has the party whip shared with me a letter where she is recommending that I be removed from that committee. In terms of Article 35 of the Constitution, I would like to get 1, a letter from the whip, 2, notice as well from the Speaker. Yeah. Thank you. I'll leave it at that for the moment, and then I'll come back on some other issue. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Karoli Omondi is clearly misleading the House because the whip is true, has not discharged him from the committee. I did allude to the fact that there are people who are members, who are chairs of committees, who are holding other committees. Honorable Karoli Omondi was one such member who was chairing the CIOC committee and is also a member of the Sports and Culture Committee. So to say that his name is not there is first very misleading because if he goes to the list that is already published, even on the website, you will see he's a member of the Sports and Culture Committee. 2, Honorable Speaker, most importantly, and if you can protect me from his heckling, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, just protect me from the heckling. I am making very clear points. I was very quiet when the member was raising his point of order, he can be quiet and wait for the response, because you cannot mislead the House. I did state also that following the small general election of November last year, UDA gained positions even in committees that we did not hold. This is one such committee where we are, because of the size of the committee, we have taken an extra slot in line with our standing orders on how we share positions. Therefore, Karoli cannot claim that he has been discharged. It is true, and Millie Odhiambo, the minority whip, has not discharged you. Honorable Karoli Omondi, last week, Honorable Speaker, and I did state it here on Thursday, went on national TV to threaten this House that we want to remove him from a committee. I don't know for what position. I am not involved in ODM affairs myself, Honorable Speaker. And I have no business other than my name that looks close to Ichungwa. For those who call me Ichungwa, looks close to Chungwa. I have no other business with ODM other than them being my good partners in the broad-based government. But as much as we have the broad-based government, we also have coalition agreements that we adhere to. We have standing orders, as you clearly put out, that we have to follow. And therefore, if positions are shared out pro rata on the basis of the number of seats that you have in the House, definitely, if we gain more seats, like we did in the last small general election, there are positions that we will take that may have been in the minority, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to leave it at that and ask the Honorable Karoli Omondi, if you are to be discharged from a committee by the whip will do a letter to you, as you have stated, but this time you have not been discharged. That position has just been lost by the minority in that particular committee. If you look at that committee, it's one of the largest committees in this House, and therefore it is one of the positions that have been lost by the minority side.
Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker.
Let's hear Junet, then I'll give you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to bring, having been a whip for many years, very many years, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the House that the situation that is before the House now is different from what Honorable Karoli is describing. Mr. Speaker, when you are being discharged from a committee and the whip needs to write to you and give you notice of discharging you from the committee, you don't have to be taken to the selection committee. Mr. Speaker, a committee of the House sat this morning to reconstitute the committee of the House. That committee has the mandate of reconstituting membership of committees of the House, Mr. Speaker. So we were invited to a committee of the House, which is a selection committee. The committee sat down, relooked in the composition of committees of the House, and in that process, they placed committees in different members in different committees, Mr. Speaker. But the one Honorable Karoli is talking about is coming, Mr. Speaker. It's on the way. It's on the way, I can promise you as the leader. It's on the way, it is coming, Mr.
Point
Speaker.
made.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yes, Karoli. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy we're having this debate because I'm sure, and it is not, it will be very beneficial to a lot of members. First, the moment I was elected chair of CIOC, automatically I ceased being a member of another committee, which was a sports committee. I did. And if you look at the records, I've never attended their meetings. I have never attended their meetings since I became chair. I went and I said bye. So I'm not a member of that committee. So the question that I've asked, if you are reconstituting the committees and I'm entitled at least to be in one, so which one do I belong to? Because that discontinued the moment I was a member of CIOC. I became chair of CIOC. Secondly, my nomination from the party into CIOC did not come. You cannot then say, the question the majority leader is raising is very fundamental. Whether the committees belong to the selection committee or to the parties. What he is saying and what the minority leader is saying are different. Because the person who nominated me has the power to discharge me. And the person who nominated me, that is the law, the person who nominated me to be member of CIOC was the whip of Azimio la Umoja coalition. Yes, that is it, Speaker. So that question has to be addressed. Article 176 has not been complied with. I mean,
Standing Order 176 has not been complied with, and I reserve my right on that to challenge it.
Thank you.
Because I need to see a letter from Honorable Millie Odhiambo saying she has removed me from CIOC as a member. I have to see it. Yes, I want to see it. Yes, because it is not there. That letter is not there. I know Honorable Millie did not write it. Honorable Murithi Mwenje did not write it. This is a conspiracy between the minority leader and the majority leader.
Take your seat. Order. Honorable Ichungwa is order members, order. Karoli, you have made your point. Take your seat. Does Honorable Karoli Omondi belong to any committee? Yes. Order Karoli, I'm asking your leaders. Does he belong to any committee? Yes. Yes.
Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to read the members of the Sports and Culture Committee. And these I've just Googled from the parliamentary website. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from this heckling. I'm not used to heckling.
Honorable Karoli, just listen.
This is a house where we engage with decorum and intellect, not heckling. Honorable Speaker, the chairperson, as listed on the parliamentary website, is the Honorable Sitati Daniel Wanyama. Vice Chairperson is Honorable Amashukuru James Gidua Kamau. Committee members Jackson Kipkemoi Kosgei, Honorable Naomi Wako Jilo, Honorable Yagon Richard Kipkemoi, Honorable CTNA Janet Kipkemboi, Honorable Letipila Dominic Eli, Honorable Manyo Catherine Nahabi, Honorable Muhanda Elsibu Sihile, Honorable Nguna Ngusia Charles, Honorable Omondi Karoli, Honorable Mule Stephen Mutinda, Honorable Basil Robert Ngui, and the last one is Honorable Nabuin Paul Ekwom. Honorable Karoli Omondi cannot claim to have left a committee. You do not leave a committee. You are either discharged, and even that discharge has to be approved by the House. Or you resign. If you are leaving a committee, you write to the chairperson of the committee and to your whip and to your leader and offer your resignation from that committee. The whip has no resignation, the leader has no resignation, the chairperson of the selections committee has no resignation of the Honorable Karoli Omondi from the Sports and Culture Committee, and that's why I said from the word go, he was misleading the House, that he's not in any other committee, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think you should take action.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, what I'll direct as follows.
But Honorable Speaker,
you have a minute.
The power of the selection committee is to nominate members. I want to be shown the power of the selection committee and our standing orders to discharge me from a committee, because only articles.
You've made that point already.
Yes, but I want it. I want a ruling from you. I want to encourage you to retire, not make and research and give us a ruling on these matters. It is for the benefit of the members, because members have been mistreated in this house, where political differences are brought into this house. They don't want me to chair CIOC because I'm going to oversight general elections. They want to rig the elections. That's why they don't want me in CIOC. And that is the reason. That is the reason. Because I'm chairing CIOC.
Order, take your seat. Take your order, members. Order, members. Order, members. I don't want us to escalate this. Order. Honorable Karoli Omondi, I don't need to retreat to make a ruling on this very simple matter. On the first point, as to whether you are a member of any committee, I hold the majority leader to what he has read to the House, that you are a member, and if you are not, then I direct the leadership to make sure that you get a committee. That ends there. The second one, on the issue of discharging and reconstitution of committees, the two are as different as day and night. To discharge a member from a committee does not involve the whole House. All your leadership needs to do is to write to the Speaker and say you are being discharged from the committee. The Speaker will ensure that you get a hearing to defend yourself if the process is either malicious or based on reasons that you don't agree with. This is not obtaining here. What is obtaining here is a reconstitution of committees, changes to committees. And if you look at the motion is rescinding previous decisions and saying, notwithstanding, we are moving away from part of what we had agreed. And it goes on to say the following members have now been allocated committees. So to my mind, and is a very sound legal mind, you have not been discharged. They simply have reconstituted the committee and omitted your name from the committee to which you are chairing. On the issue of whether you have a committee or not, I have directed already. If you have no committee, you must have a committee. As to whether you are left to where you are chair, that is a question of leadership. It has nothing to do with the Speaker. Order, Karolo Omondi. You made your point. You wanted the direction I've given you. Okay? Members, can I now put the question? I'll now put the question at order number 12. Order, Karolo Omondi. You know, many times you're senior both in law and in many other ways. And as your former employer, you also know that my knowledge of the law is very sound. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 12. That notwithstanding the resolutions of the House of Wednesday, 5th March 2025, Thursday, 6th March 2025, and Tuesday, 29th, 2025, this distinguishes what is happening from being discharged, Karolo Mondi. Appointing members to various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. There's no use of the word discharge, I must emphasize. It's appointing members to committees. A, Committee on Powers and Privileges. The Honorable Rai Samuel Gonzi, MGH MP, the Honorable Muli Fabian Chule MP, the Honorable Lekuton Joseph, CBS MP, the Honorable Faith Wairim Gitau, CBS MP, the Honorable Chumel Samuel Moroto, CBS MP, the Honorable Kunjuri Festus Mwangi, EGH MP, the Honorable Cheng David Ouma, CBS MP, the Honorable Chege Sabina Wanjiru, CBS MP, the Honorable Mishi Mbogo, CBS MP, the Honorable Farah Maalim, EGH MP, the Honorable Mbalu Jessica Nduku Kiko, CBS MP, the Honorable Ahmed Shakil Shabir, CBS MP, the Honorable Maina Jen Jerry MP, the Honorable Mumo Rose Museo, CBS MP. Committee on Members, Services and Facilities. The Honorable Dr. Karani Stephen Washira, CBS MP. Order. Order. The Honorable Salim Faisal Padar MP, the Honorable Yegon Brighton Leonard MP, the Honorable Mwafrika Augustine Command MP, the Honorable Kihara Jane Wanjiru Njeri MP, the Honorable Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru MP, the Honorable Gachagua George MP, the Honorable Aramat Lemanken MP, the Honorable Mongina Jerusha Momanyi MP, the Honorable Odhiambo Elisha Cheng MP, the Honorable Busia Ruth Adhiambo Odinga MP, the Honorable Salasia Peter Kalero MP, the Honorable Abor Paul MP, the Honorable Muhanda Elsie Busihile MP. Constitution Implementation Oversight Committee, the Honorable William Kamket MP, the Honorable Mbai Nimrod Mbithuka MP, the Honorable Murumba John Chikata MP, the Honorable Risa Sankuya George MP, the Honorable Geoffrey Ekesa Mulanya MP, the Honorable Mukunji John Gitonga MP, the Honorable Kitur Bernard Kibor MP, the Honorable Major Dong Benjamin Gathiru MP, the Honorable Absirat Khalif Ali MP, the Honorable Onyengo Silfano Zosoro MP, the Honorable Njoroge Mary Wamau MP, the Honorable Wamshomba Gadhoni HSC MP, the Honorable Osero Patrick Bagende MP, the Honorable Carido Kili Daniel MP, the Honorable Nablindo Peter Oske MP, the Honorable Aburi Lawrence Mpuru MP, the Honorable Mohamed Umulheri Harun MP, the Honorable Mbalu Jess Kanduku Kiko CBS MP, the Honorable Lendoi Johnny Jackson Lekumo Ntare MP, the Honorable Professor Jaldesa Gui MP, the Honorable Nguna Charles Nguzi MP, the Honorable Hamisi Kakuta Maimai MP, the Honorable Paul Abor MP, Committee on Delegated Legislation, the Honorable Omondi Moses Okoth MP to replace the Honorable Mwale Nicholas Tindi CBS MP. Committee on Implementation, the Honorable Njeru Leo Wamthende MP to replace the Honorable Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi MP. Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity, the Honorable Ndakwa David Athman MP to replace the Honorable the late Honorable Denar Joseph Hamisi MP. And two, the Honorable Koimburi George Ndungu MP to replace the Honorable Chelule Liza Chepkorir MP. Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library, the Honorable CPA Ruto Julius Kipleting MP to replace the Honorable Toroitik Timothy Kipchumba MP. The Honorable Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto MP to replace the Honorable Koimburi George Ndungu MP. The Honorable Kombe Harrison Garama to replace the Honorable Wanjala Raphael CBS MP. Public Petitions Committee, the Honorable Biego Paul Kibishi MP to replace the late Honorable Tubi Bitu Mohammed. Committee on Regional Integration, the Honorable Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba MP to replace the Honorable CPA Ruto Julius Kipleting MP. The Honorable Koimburi George Ndung MP to replace the Honorable Mrembo Irene Joki MP. Financial Audit and Money-Related Committees, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, the Honorable Ngondo Boyd Were MP to replace the Honorable Kibagende Anthony MP. Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, the Honorable Hassan Ahmed Maalim MP to replace the Honorable Sheikh Umurher Kasim MP. Special Funds Accounts Committee, the Honorable Sankaire Lea Sopiato MP to replace the Honorable Biego Paul Kibishi MP. Departmental Committees, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, the Honorable Njeru Leo Wamthende MP to replace the late Honorable Tubi Bidu Mohammed. Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, the Honorable Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba MP to replace the Honorable Karemba Eric Muchangi, CBS MP. The Honorable Kipchumba Harold Kimunge MP to replace the Honorable Siad Amina Udgon MP. Departmental Committee on Regional Development, the Honorable Hassan Ahmed Maalim MP to replace the Honorable Umulher Kasim Sheikh MP. And the Honorable Wamshomba Gadhoni HSC MP to replace the Honorable Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto MP. Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture, the Honorable Ndakwa David Athman MP to replace the Honorable the late Denar Joseph Hamisi. Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife, the Honorable Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi MP to replace the Honorable Sankaire Lea Sopiato MP. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 13, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally between the national and county governments in the 2026-2027 financial year and for connected purposes. Order number 14, the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023, second reading, resumption of debate.
At order number 14, when we rose, nobody was on the floor. So I have Will Bafozo-Undo on the screen. Are you for this?
Speaker, I had spoken on this. I was the first person to speak on it.
You spoke on this?
Yeah.
The Honorable Zamzam Chimba, are you for this bill?
Honorable Speaker, it has not been communicated. Thank you.
The Honorable Geoffrey Wandeto, are you for this bill? Wandeto? Tindi Mwale, are you for this bill?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm for motion number 15.
Then get your name off the screen. There being no interest in debating this bill, the mover is called upon to reply. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Energy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me take this opportunity to thank the members who contributed towards this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, from the members who had spoken, Honorable Speaker, they did raise the aspect of the cost of energy in the country. And Honorable Speaker, to be honest, as alluded to by Honorable Waudo, who spoke very positively towards, supported the bill, but of course raised some very important critical issues that needed to be looked into, Honorable Speaker, particularly on these, the independent power producers, Honorable Speaker. If they are not regulated properly, Honorable Speaker, they end up overcharging Kenyans, and Kenyans feel the weight and, of course, affecting the economy of this country. Honorable Speaker, after this House did lift a moratorium which had been placed for quite a while by the past regime, Honorable Speaker, and of course the importance of increasing the power generation, Honorable Speaker. We as a committee and the government has taken a positive direction. It's unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, that when we were talking about the cost, we remember, Honorable Speaker, we did bring a report again on the floor of the House on the cost of energy in the country. And Honorable Speaker, we did reiterate the commitment of the government and the ministry, and particularly our committee, to be able to look into the cost of power in this country. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, the cost of power itself is affected by so many other factors. One of the issues is the fuel levy that is always a percentage in our electricity bills, the foreign exchange adjustment, Honorable Speaker, the taxes again. But on average, Honorable Speaker, we have, as a country, has a policy to check the prices for what we call lifeline. And lifeline are these consumers who use less than 30 units in a month. But Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all, I'm just saying the figures that I have as per the, what I have and what I've actually, if you Google today, by beginning of this month, these are the charges that are there. And of course, we have the domestic, which is at the middle, and then we have the huge consumers who pay slightly more for us to be able to. So, Honorable Speaker, I agree, and I've taken note of what Honorable Udo indicated, and these are some of the things that we'll be looking into, particularly not only power and looking out about the cost, but also the reliability. Honorable Speaker, I remember in our conversation last week in some committee meeting, we were told now the Nyanza region is already settled on matters to do with that, only for us to be able to look and say it is not the case.
Settled on what?
Pardon?
Settled on what?
On the power rationing of the power, which was not a fact. The Nyanza still suffers on not adequate power. And what I was trying to say is that we don't just look at the cost, we also look at the quality and reliability of that power. And that is what the committee will be looking into. And I want to take this opportunity.
You should check out Western Kenya.
Yes, of course.
It has got the weakest power grid perhaps in the whole country.
We agree, Honorable Speaker,
yes.
But for your information, Honorable Speaker, there is
yes,
now...
Yes, Wangwe. Give Wangwe the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In fact, Honorable Speaker, as the very respectful chair puts it, I'm happy the committee defended the position, but also insist to them, in addition to Nyanza, Honorable Speaker, Western is the worst hit. As we speak today, Honorable Speaker, what is happening in my own headquarters in Navajo today, the transformer that is there, Honorable Speaker, is for 3,000. And yet the capacity of the people who have been connected to that power, Honorable Speaker, the entire 1 week, we only have power for 2 days. So would you please help the people of Navajo to get power, and not just Navajo, the entire Western? That's the position, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the chair of the committee, who is my very good friend, has made an admirable statement, but it is factually not correct. It is not correct that Nyanza is now settled in terms of power interruptions. Let me assure you that the weakest link and what has been promised is a new grid. It is not yet there. Anytime there's even a thunderstorm or even a whiff of rainfall, all the power goes, and it goes for more than 24 hours. That coupled with some transformers, which I think are defective, because every time the transformers are brought, we complain, then they are brought, and then within a month or two, they are down again. So while we laud the effort by the CS, we laud the effort by the department, we laud the effort by the committee, let it be on record that the question of power outages in Nyanza, particularly in Siaya and in my constituency, is far from settled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nimemsikiza chair akizungumza kwa wale matumizi ya power kuwa kwa mwezi ya token kwa mwezi ni units 30. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza mimi nataka nikujuze chairman, hizi smart meters ambazo zimeletwa, hizi ambazo zimekuja sasa, kwa nyumba yangu tu, wacha hata jirani wamelalamika, nyumba yangu mimi natumia na shangaa kwa siku moja 40 units. Mimi si factory, na shangaa. Kwa hivyo kuna kitu kinaendelea, lazima muweze kuchunguza, manake Wakenya wengi wanalalamika units zinaenda mbio sana, hasa hizi smart meter ambazo zimeanza kuja zinawekwa kwenye majumba ni za wizi mtupu. Kwa hiyo chair, hata kama watu wanalalamika 30, mimi nakwambia yani 40 kwa siku moja, wewe wasema 30 kwa mwezi, 40 kwa siku moja, unashangaa hii ni tunaelekea wapi? Kwa hiyo na kuna mtu ndani ya power aliniambia hizi smart meter zilikuwa hazifai kuja katika majumba ya watu, ilikuwa inafaa iende kwenye factory, lakini wameleta kwenye majumba ya watu. Sasa Mkenya analipia stima zaidi hata kushinda ule mshahara wake ambao anapata kwa mwezi. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Yes, Gikaria, wind up.
Honorable Speaker, I think they didn't hear me clearly. Honorable Speaker, I said when we had an engagement last week with the PS, he alluded to the fact that the Nyanza region is now sorted out on matters of reliability of power. But immediately one of the members in the committee said that it is not true. And that is what I was alluding to, the fact that we realized much as we get...
Are you alluding or you are stating?
Stating, Honorable Speaker. Much as they come and give us some information, we need now as a committee to be going and making sure that whatever they are saying is actually, because one of the members of committee does some poultry farming, and they are on ile machine, they want to of hatching. Yes. And he said he lost almost a whole thing. Honorable Speaker, all the chicks died because of that rationing. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, this House did lift the moratorium. And now the ministry is in the process of now getting independent power producers who should be and must be checked so that they don't overcharge Kenyans on matters of related to power, Honorable Speaker. So with that few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to say thank you very much to the members who contributed to this, and we look forward to moving on to the passing of the small section that we did agree that we are going to take it now to the second reading. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. The pupils in the galleries, stop and stand where you are. Order, Deputy Speaker. Take your seat, Deputy Speaker. The nearest seat. Thank you. Honorable members, will now put the question at order number 14, which is that the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023, be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Energy Act to make provision for energy purchase agreements and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 15, motion, examination of the report of the Auditor General on financial statements for the national government.
Chairperson, Public Accounts Committee, Tindi Mwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 199, I wish to move that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examinations of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments, commissions, and agencies for the financial year 2022-2023 laid on the table of the House Thursday, 19th February 2026. Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly exercises oversight over national revenue and its expenditure pursuant to Article 95(4)(c) of the Constitution through the Public Account Committee, PAC, which in turn derives its mandate from Article 124(1) of the Constitution and Standing Order number 205 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. It is important to note that Article 2298 of the Constitution requires Parliament within 3 months after receiving an audit report to debate and consider the report and make appropriate action. Further, Article 2033 of the Constitution provides that the equitable share of the revenue raised nationally and allocated to the national government and county government is to be calculated on the basis of the most recent audited accounts of revenue received as approved by the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I wish to commend all the accounting officers whose financial statements received an unqualified opinion from the Auditor General. I encourage that other accounting officers to emulate these worth examples. In this report, the committee has continued to hold individual officers to account for the various acts of omission and or commission that occasioned the either loss or illegal application of public fund. In several instances, the committee has recommended specific follow-up actions, including further investigations by the relevant accounting agencies. It is my hope that these recommendations will be implemented as quickly as possible by all concerned with public interest above everything else. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry. I left when the Speaker was still on the seat.
It has changed.
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I want to highlight several concerns which the committee had when we did the examination of of the report of the Auditor General. Madam Speaker, you will find that some observations and recommendations emanated from how the accounting officers would present themselves, the responses that they would give, and also the interrogation that members gave different responses. So, Madam Speaker, we have the first one. We have unsatisfactory accounting standards of accounting units. This one, Madam Speaker, as much as we have officers that are qualified in accounting units within a State Department, we found out that most of them have got laxity, most of them are not competent to handle accounting practices as per the international accounting standards. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the committee, and I want to read the recommendation so that it's captured on the answer. The committee, Madam Speaker, recommended that the National Treasury conduct periodic sensitization and capacity building for all accounting officers, finance staff, and procurement officers across government on their responsibilities during the audit cycle and adherence to international public sector accounting standards, IPSAS. 2, ISPAC enforce compliance with the standards and impose sanctions to those officers found to be willfully failing to discharge their functions. Madam Speaker, the second one was on the late submission of supporting documentation. You will find that during the audit process, the Auditor General will write management letters to different state departments. But the state departments will, in a way or another, find that it will take more time to submit the responses. Madam Speaker, you'll find that this late submission of supporting documentation normally drags around the audit process. This has also been experienced during a committee examination of the Auditor General's report, where you find an accounting officer comes with the documents when he or she is appearing. Immediately they come to the committee room. That's when they are carrying the documents. These documents, most of them are voluminous, and you find most of them are more technical, and we require the committee staff to analyze. So when they bring them during late submission, in one way or another, technically, they want the committee not to look at the documents and also evade some mistakes. And therefore, this was one of the observations that the committee noted, that we had late submission of supporting document. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that accounting officers comply with Section 68(2)(k) of the PFM Act, Cap 412A, by providing supportive documentation on time. The committee cautions that in subsequent audit cycles, it shall recommend the imposition of appropriate sanctions against accounting officers who fail to comply with the relevant legal and regulatory requirements. The third one, Madam Speaker, is the long outstanding construction works / stalled projects. You will find, Madam Speaker, that many of the projects in this country, be it in the energy sector, infrastructure sector like roads, be it even in schools, the infrastructure fund in schools, you'll find many projects have stalled, Madam Speaker. And this stalling of projects, one, affects the value for money when it comes to students or the public benefiting from the project. And you'll find many accounting officers who do variations to say that this project needs to be added more funds for it to be complete. And you find, Madam Speaker, these projects become a cash cow, where every financial year, the State Department brings budgets to estimates to National Assembly, seeking for more funds for the project to be completed. So the committee noted the long outstanding construction works, stalled projects, Madam Speaker, and the committee recommends that the National Assembly, that the National Treasury approve only projects it can guarantee will be funded and completed within the medium-term expenditure framework. Madam Speaker, the recommendation squarely lies with the National Treasury, where we recommend that they need to only factor in projects that they can finance and complete on time, and not to be overambitious. The other observation, Madam Speaker, is non-existent or weak internal audit functions. Madam Speaker, you'll find that the law, the Public Finance Regulation 2012 and 2015, provides that every state department or agency must have an internal audit function. This internal audit function, Madam Speaker, aids the State Department in correcting mistakes before the Auditor General is able to come and do an external audit. And we did an observation and found that many of the State Departments did not have the internal audit function, or if they had, it was a weak internal audit function. And the committee recommends that the National Treasury should submit a proposal to the National Assembly within 3 months of adoption of this report, delinking internal audit function in terms of appointment, facilitation, and reporting from accounting officers to an independent office. Madam Speaker, we also observed issues with budget control and performance. Madam Speaker, right now we are having the budget estimates being presented for the supplementary budget. You will find that an accounting officer will bring the budget, but Treasury, when it comes to disbursing the budget, they will cut off some amount of the budget, Madam Speaker. This cutting affects performance of the planned projects. And therefore, the committee noted that the committee recommended that the National Treasury and the National Assembly, through the Budget and Appropriation Committee and the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, make realistic revenue projections and attainable expenditure estimates. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is the interest and commitment fees charged on undrawn loans. Madam Speaker, you'll find that when budgeting, we have two components. We have the GOK component and the donor component. The donor component, we observed that we had interest and commitment fees charged on undrawn loans. You find government goes and requests for the donor funded or loan, but they don't use the loan, but they did the commitment. So you find the donor is already charging interest on a loan that has not been used, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the committee recommends that the National Treasury enter into loan agreements only for programs or projects whose implementation plans are ready for immediate execution. Accounting officers who fail to observe such funds promptly and within the schedule will be held personally liable and will make good the lost interest, subject to Article 2265 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, we also observed that dual implementation of projects between national and county governments. Madam Speaker, you'll find we have projects that are being done by national government, and again, the county government allocates money and also does the same projects, especially in the sector of roads, Madam Speaker. This leads to misuse of public resources due to duplication. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that such funds be disbursed in full to the implementing agency as conditional grants in place of the current hybrid arrangement, and that the Auditor General audit and report under the financial statements of the implementing agencies. Madam Speaker, the second last observation is delay to compensate landowners promptly. Madam Speaker, you'll find government initiates projects where it doesn't own all the land or even part of the land. And they go for compensation, like for example, the electricity lines being done by Ketraco. You'll find the government goes for way-leave compensation. These way-leave compensation, Madam Speaker, you'll find the electricity lines are erected before even the owner of the land is compensated. And this one was an observation by the committee, that the committee recommends that implementing agencies prioritize compensation of land acquired by projects promptly and before projects commence, as provided for under Section 111, 115, and 117 of the Land Act. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we have even a special audit on way-leave compensation, because we have so many Kenyans, especially in Nakuru County, where you come from, who have a very big problem of not being compensated, and yet government has already used the land. Last, Madam Speaker, on observation was the non-compliance with the 1/3 rule of basic salary. Madam Speaker, we noted that this issue of compliance with 1/3 rule of basic salary affected all state departments. And we discovered that as much as the problem arose from, or the law dictated that it was the accounting officer to make sure that they comply with the 1/3 rule of basic salary, the problem emanated from also it emanated from Parliament, who had come up with the law, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the Public Service Commission reviews and submits to the National Assembly amendments to this law within 3 months of adoption of this report. Madam Speaker, last was the commingling of funds in projects. Commingling, Madam Speaker, is the mixing of project funds. They use technical language in accounting, commingling. And we found that many government agencies were prone to mixing government funds from different projects to the other. The committee recommends that the National Assembly amends Regulation 76(1) of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulation 2015 to allow for automatic exemption of such requirement when the financing agreement expressly provides for direct payments, rather than have the accounting officer right to National Treasury seeking exemptions, which are invariably always delayed. So, Madam Speaker, these observations and many more in the report, I'm not saying that these are the only observations, no. We have done a very comprehensive report. We have given very strict and important recommendations. In some cases, we have even reprimanded accounting. Very keen on my contents of the presentation. I believe my 20 minutes are not over. I have like 4 minutes left. I wanted to give my colleagues of the committee to comment. I can see, Honorable Speaker, I now call upon Honorable Edwin Mugo Gishuki, the member for Madhyoya, to second. Thank you very much.
And just maybe before member for Madhyoya, yes. In future, the report of the committee has 60 minutes. In fact, you are very far from finishing.
It has what?
60 minutes to move.
Oh, it has 60 minutes.
1 hour to move, but you've already moved. Yeah. That's for future. Before I give Honorable Edwin, I know our students and guests have very limited time in the gallery. Allow me to recognize learners and teachers from Allure Girls High School in the speakers gallery. They are from Game Constituency, Siaya County. Join me in welcoming them to observe the proceedings of the House. Member for Madhyoya.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I beg to second the report. And also, Madam Speaker, just to add that we took so many hours to to publish that report. As you can imagine, dealing with almost 51 state departments and independent commissions like IEBC, Public Service Commission, Parliamentary Service Commission, and many others. Madam Speaker, just to buttress what the chair for PAC has said, there was one issue that was cutting across all the state departments, including the commissions, the issue of audit committee and internal audit. You find that most of the state departments, Madam Speaker, they have an internal audit department, but they don't have an audit committee. That means there is no internal oversight, Madam Speaker. So this is one of the points that we would want to be addressed in all the state departments, because if it is addressed, then it is able to bring transparency and oversight even before the Office of the Auditor General comes in. Another issue, Madam Speaker, that we realized that was cutting across all the state departments was the issue of paid-in bills. Madam Speaker, almost all the state departments, they have paid-in bills. Paid-in bills, when there are paid-in bills, that means there are certificates that have not been paid to contractors. Paid-in bills equals stored projects, just as the chair said, stored projects for roads, for water, for education, and many other areas. So, Madam Speaker, if the issue of paid-in bills can be addressed once and for all by this National Assembly, because we hold the power of the purse, that is from the state departments, to make sure that the funds are allocated to clear these paid-in bills so that the contractors and the suppliers can resume on site, Madam Speaker. Because paid-in bills from the first charge, if this can be addressed, Madam Speaker, we will be able to bring justice and we will make sure that the services, including water, roads, education, and many other services are brought closer to back to the people in this country. Madam Speaker, the other issue that came clearly from the state departments and public commissions, Madam Speaker, it was the issue of the state officers or the accounting officers not following the Public Finance PFM Act. You find that, Madam Speaker, some of the queries that we were dealing with, it was the issue of insufficient documentation, where the auditor goes to the State Department to do the audit, but they are not furnished with these documents. Then you find that when now the accounting officer is coming to the committee, this is the time that they are bringing these documents. And then you start wondering, Madam Speaker, what were they hiding? Because once the financial year ends, all the accounting officers, they have 3 months up to September to prepare for this audit. You find they bring the documents after the audit. And Madam Speaker, this is one of the issues that we brought as a committee to say that audit ends at the Office of Auditor General. Whenever now these queries come to our committee, we have to make very, very serious recommendations because we don't know why they never brought those documents to the auditor. Probably once maybe they get all this time, 6 months, 7 months, they can manufacture these documents, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the purpose of audit, as we all know, is accountability, transparency, and oversight. And I would want to say, Madam Speaker, accountability delayed, transparency delayed, oversight delayed. Is accountability denied, transparency denied, and oversight denied. The reason I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, what we are presenting today is for the year 22-23. That means we are far much behind as a committee with the 2 financial years, 23-24 and 24-25. And Madam Speaker, we would want also to request the panel, the Speaker, you as a Madam Speaker and the rest of the team, that when we request that we sit even when you are on recess, that you grant the committee that time so that we can be up to date, so that we can ensure that the oversight is up to date. It does not date back to 22-23 because, Madam Speaker, we are already on 25-26. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose a question that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th February 2026. Member for Funyula, are you on this one?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I sit in the committee and I have sat in the Public Accounts Committee since 2020. I have seen a lot, I have heard a lot, I've ingested a lot, and indeed, as we always say, and want to repeat it again, this country is not doing well because it lacks resources. This country is doing badly because those charged with managing public resources are not interested in making better use of those public resources. Honorable Speaker, in any jurisdiction, the report by the Public Accounts Committee should be earth-shaking, should cause tremor, and should surely focus or set public discussion and public discourse. We just hope and pray that the Kenyans, wherever they are, they will read this report and ensure that there is adequate public discourse. Honorable Speaker, Article 95 of the Constitution of Kenya gives the National Assembly the authority to appropriate funds to the various state departments, to the counties and everywhere. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, naturally it follows that once you appropriate, we must oversight and call to account those who have been charged with managing these resources to account to the people of Kenya through the National Assembly after being reviewed by the Office of the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, there is some systematic cross-cutting issues in respect of management of public resources. As the Chair has clearly put it, one of the first things, it would seem most of the accounting officers find audit process tedious, onerous, and irritant. Why do I say so? Many a times, Honorable Speaker, the report of the Auditor General would normally indicate the following documents were never made available. When they come for the Public Accounts Committee, that's the time now they want to provide those documents. Basic things like bank reconciliation, cash book, bank statements are missing at the time of audit. Then obviously it begs the question, are these accounting officers adequately trained and prepared to prepare financial statements for auditing purposes? And we have challenged this in the National Treasury that if they post the accounting officers or accountants to the various departments, there must be a concerted effort to ensure that whoever is sent there is somebody who has got the relevant qualifications. And Honorable Speaker, we have always agreed and made it very clear. In Public Accounts Committee meetings, we do not open audit process afresh. As we examine what has been provided, if you didn't provide by then, it means we do not have it. Second, Honorable Speaker, there is also another emerging issue, an emerging cross-cutting issue that seems to have a problem that we need to address. The issue of cherry picking, who is supposed to be paid pending bills. We have legacy and historical pending bills that have been ignored over the years. Many Kenyans all over this country are suffering because state departments and other sagas order for service, procure services and goods, knowing very well either they don't have the budget line or unfortunately they delay the procurement process. By the time they intend to procure or pay for the services, by then, Honorable Speaker, there could have been a supplementary budget where that particular development aspect has been taken away or there has been a reduction on the recurrent expenditure. So this puts into question, do these entities have a procurement plan? And is the procurement plan aligned with the government National Treasury disbursement process? So Honorable Speaker, those are now, it seems to be a tendency that we need to proceed. Allied to the same pending bills, Honorable Speaker, We have argued in the committee, a pending bill presupposes all the supporting documents required to pay that bill have been presented for it to make a pending bill. It is very shocking. An accounting officer will come and tell you we do not have supporting documents about this particular bill. So the question we beg to ask, how does it become a pending bill if you don't have the relevant documentation, or was it part of the systematic fraud that has happened all over? Honorable Speaker, the question, another question that seems to arise is where actually services or goods were supposed to be delivered and they were never delivered. Honorable Speaker, we had a very interesting case. Some relief food was purchased here in Nairobi, was loaded on trucks to go to Wajir, but it found their way to in Bungoma. That's Kenya for you. And somebody does it so shamelessly that he has no remorse in his heart or her heart. You find, Honorable Speaker, money meant to purchase a certain item, we were told it was diverted to another project, yet approval by the National Treasury and the National Assembly was not granted. You can see the blatant abuse and the abuse that we go about. Another cross-cutting issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of 1/3 salary rule, which says that no person shall commit his salary to an extent they get less than 1/3. Is it 1/3, something like that? Honorable Speaker, I do not want to punish the employee, because the employee or the member of staff, the public servant, has found himself in the far and the bitter end, the raw end of the stick. Is this government and this National Assembly, and we owe the Kenyan civil servants and all workers an apology. We are the ones who passed increased rates for NHIF. We are the ones who introduced increased rates for SHA. We are the ones who introduced housing levy, and we continuously introduce more taxes that seems to have depleted and emaciated the payslip of many Kenyans. So the cases of many civil servants who earn less than 1/3 of their salary is so endemic, Honorable Speaker, and as they say, it might be causing pecuniary embarrassment outside there. And that probably, Honorable Speaker, could be another connection to rampant corruption and abuse of office as we proceed. Honorable Speaker, the elephant in the house, what do we do with accounting officers who partake in impropriety? What do we do with accounting officers who deliberately, either by commission or by omission, fail to comply with the requirements of the Public Audit Act, fail to comply with the requirements of a Public Finance Management Act that leads to loss of public funds, knowingly or unknowingly? Honorable Speaker, there are cases where an accounting officer approves and procedurally even a benefit to a member of staff. What do we do with that person? The law, the Public Audit Act, only provides for a reprimand, provides for fines, provides for surcharge. How much that is ever achieved is a matter that needs to debate. And I wanted to challenge the Committee of Implementation, if they were here, that is now time that they should look at every audit report by the National Assembly and make sure the recommendations of the National Assembly are adhered to and are implemented without any favor or in whatever it is. Honorable Speaker, you find that in every subsequent audit report, that what they call prior year matters. Means the Office of Auditor General made recommendations, National Assembly made recommendations, they have been ignored and not acted upon. And that's why I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of the committee, and at times some of our recommendations and some of our actions probably are too accommodative, they are too meek to make, so that to an extent, the accounting officer do not take the recommendation of the National Assembly that serious. And that's why you find, Honorable Speaker, the Council of Governors can have the audacity and the temerity to say they will not appear in the Public Accounts Committee. After the Council of Governors is the PSs who are going to be the next. Say they don't want to appear before the Public Accounts Committee and the other oversight committees. simply because they're being harassed and they're being asked to make sure they comply. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the period provided for in the Constitution for purposes of scrutinizing this report is expressly clear. We are behind time, and literally speaking, Honorable Speaker, this particular report is just for formality purposes. It has got no constitutional or legal effect other than the one for sharing revenue.
ECOMAS, Honorable Member for Kibwezi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I wish to laud the Public Accounts Committee, my former committee, through its chair, the Honorable Tindi Mwale, for tabling this report for the 2022-2023 financial year. Madam Speaker, as you know, and as I begin, Parliament exercises its oversight through its audit committees. And the premier audit committee is a Public Accounts Committee because it is a committee that interacts with accounting officers of the national government state departments. We are talking about an allocation because we are also the budget-making house. We are talking about a budget of about 4 trillion shillings that goes to the different state departments for purposes of facilitating development and for purpose of facilitating recurrent expenses for those state departments. And it is that money that is raised from paying Kenyans. It is that money that is raised from hawkers. It is that money that is raised from Mamamboga. It is that money that is raided from pay slips of poorly paid civil servants and other workers that funds government functions, and it is that money that is audited by the Auditor General and brought to the National Assembly to the Public Accounts Committee for purposes of ascertaining how transparently the money or not has been spent or not. And therefore, there is no gainsaying in the fact that this is a very important function, a constitutional function of this House. And therefore, through the chair, I pass my appreciation to the members. I have been a member of the Public Accounts Committee, and I know for sure that one of the busiest committees, if not the busiest committee of this House, is the Public Accounts Committee. The committee sits almost every other day that the House is not sitting, and many times, with the approval of the Speaker, the committee also sits. And even when members are on recess to work in their constituencies, many times, members of the Public Accounts Committee are sitting so as to consider the reports of the Auditor General. Madam Speaker, I spoke about the budget allocation of 4 trillion to state departments to draw the importance of this audit, because we are talking about underdevelopment. Every member here, and earlier we were debating about the amendments to the Energy Act. Every member here wants electricity done in their constituencies. Every member here wants roads. Every member here wants water. And we have always argued that while we may have a resource deficit, we have also been living in largesse. We have also been misappropriating the little resources that are available. We have also been wasting the resources that are available. And Madam Speaker, I have been expecting that moving forward, the Public Accounts Committee, and by extension this House, will begin not only to back, but also to bite. It is important, Madam Speaker, that where accounting officers do well, they are rewarded. But it is also important that those who misappropriate, those who use public funds in a manner that is against the law, in a manner that is wasteful, it is also important that they are punished. We have many times just recommended that they be reprimanded. And I wanted to urge my former committee that we now raise the bar so that we can surcharge. And just like the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission each year publishes a report saying, this year we have recovered stolen public funds of this amount, we would expect that the Office of the Auditor General each year will be publishing a report to say, pursuant to the report of the Auditor General that was approved by the National Assembly for this year. This year, we have surcharged the following public officers and we have recovered the following monies. Because that way, and by making it painful...
Are you on a point of order, Chair? Is it a point of order? Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank our former colleague in the Public Accounts Committee. And I also want to assure you, and even when I did the moving, I also stated that we did not...
That cannot be possibly a point of order.
No, because he said we did not surcharge. So I wanted to give him...
Chair,
it's a
kindly
point of
take
information.
note. When you will be replying, those are the issues you deal with.
Okay.
Go on,
Thank you.
Member for Kibwezi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for protecting me. My former colleague and now Chair Public Accounts Committee probably did not understand. I was saying, and I think I am in tune with what the contributions that have been made before, that we now need to raise the bar of accountability so that we recommend surcharge. And I know the committee has recommended surcharge. But we need to go ahead and monitor that surcharging. So that just like the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission would publish an annual report saying this year we have recovered the following public resources that had been stolen. Also, the Office of the Auditor General each year can publish, pursuant to the approved report by this National Assembly, can also publish the amounts of monies that have been recovered as a result of surcharge. Number two, Madam Speaker, in terms of raising the bar of accountability resultant from the reports of the Public Accounts Committee, it is time has come that Parliament exercises its power to bar public officers who are involved in misappropriation of public resources from holding public office in the future. I want to urge my good committee, because I know they are men and women of integrity who wish the best for this country, that moving forward, where we realize that an accounting officer has notoriously been involved in misappropriation of public funds, we should not shy away from recommending that that public officer should never hold public office in this country. Because as you know, as elections approach, it is those public officers who have misappropriated public funds and amassed wealth who will be the competition on the ground, because they will have money to bribe voters, and voters may never understand where some of this money comes from. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, under Article 2 or 3, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution, and you know we have two levels of government. The revenue sharing formula between the national government and the county governments is determined, the amount to be shared, rather, is determined based on the amounts of the last audited accounts as approved by the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I therefore agree with those who have spoken before me to say that we therefore have to fast track the audit process so that we are on time, so that when we are sharing resources between national and county governments, because this is our system of governance that we have bequeathed to ourselves by virtue of the 2010 Constitution. When we are sharing resources, we are also sharing resources based on the current realities. Today we are debating the report of the Auditor General of the year 2022-2023. We began the budget process this week with the budget policy statement. And therefore, when we shall be dividing resources between the national and county governments later this session of Parliament before April, when the estimates come before us, we shall be basing it on this report. We shall be basing it on the figure, the audited figure under this report. We will be talking about resources, budget resources for 2026-2027 financial year, relying on the audited accounts for 2022-2023. And as you can see, that in itself is an injustice. I know it is not about the Public Accounts Committee not being able to burn the midnight at all to do this, so that Parliament, just like has been requested, has to get creative to find ways of fast-tracking the audit process. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I wish to urge that as we do financial accountability through the reports of the Auditor General, let us also move ahead and do performance audits. You know, when auditors go to the ground, and sometimes we are talking about documents and papers, Kenyans and many people in the world, because we are also a sample of the humankind, can be very good in paperwork, such that the paperwork is properly done, but the project is not done. So we also need to go beyond paperwork to performance. Where we say a road has been done, we see that that road has actually been done. It is not just a file showing procurement and accounting procedures have been followed. We also see that that road has been done, and that way we shall cause value for money for the taxpayer. Madam Speaker, I reiterate my congratulations to the chair and the committee on public accounts, and urge that we debate this report knowing that it means a lot to the people of Kenya, and it is the beginning step for fighting corruption by concealing the loopholes that where public resources are wasted and stolen. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Mombasa, Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuzungumzia juu ya ukaguzi wa hesabu ya serikali. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama alivyosema Mheshimiwa Chair wa PSC, hesabu zinatoka na pesa, hata tukiangalia katika counties hapa juzi na jana tuliweza kutoa pesa nyingi sana kuwapa counties, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini pia Mheshimiwa Spika, hizi pesa zikitolewa lazima tujue kila sumni imeenda kufanya kazi gani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kuna dockets ambazo ni muhimu sana, hasa nikizungumzia Mheshimiwa Spika katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sasa hivi tunavyozungumza, Coast General Hospital ina matatizo makubwa sana, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu inasemekana hakuna madawa, hakuna vifaa vya kufanya kazi, wakati ambapo pesa zinatoka national government, zinapita vizuri, zinakwenda mpaka kule, lakini tunashangaa kwa nini kuwe na ukosefu wa huduma kwa wananchi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Juzi na jana kumekutokea kuwa wagonjwa wanalalamika, na si ya jana tu, muda mrefu wanalalamika kutopata huduma ya matibabu, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hospitali yetu ya Coast General, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini pia baada ya kutoka utetesi mpaka mmoja akaja akapoteza maisha yake, Mheshimiwa Spika, tumekuja kufahamu kuwa Coast General, sijui kama Auditor General anajua hili, na nataka kujua ikiwa kama wanatoa pesa za kwenda kutoa huduma katika counties, huduma gani naangaliwa mwanzo na muhimu, Mheshimiwa Spika? Mimi nafikiri huduma ya afya na elimu ni muhimu sana katika jamii, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini unapata wagonjwa wanaenda hospitali, hakuna dawa, hakuna nini, na nimeona hata Mheshimiwa Seneta wetu amesema kuwa miaka mitatu 3 financial years, Coast General haijawahi kupata hata sumni ya kuweza kuangalia namna ya kuweza kurani ile hospitali, Mheshimiwa Spika. Nataka niulize, pesa ambazo zimekuwa zikitoka kila mwaka zimeenda wapi? Tuulize Auditor General, wewe unafanya kazi yako na unatuletea report vizuri, lakini muhusika mkuu ni nani mpaka hata Coast General iweze kukosa mgao wao miaka mitatu na pesa zinaingia county, mpaka wagonjwa wanakosa madawa, ICU haizifanyi kazi, wagonjwa wakienda pale hawezi kuhudumiwa. Na hata cha kusikitisha zaidi, Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi ndani ya Mombasa County tumewekwa nambari 1 kwenye kukusanya pesa za SHA. Watu wanalipa mpaka Mombasa imewekwa nambari 1. Lakini ikifika kwenye huduma, Mheshimiwa Spika, unapata yule ambaye alikuwa ni CEO wa Coast General ambaye sasa amewekwa kando, analalamika, anasema sahi yeye ana pending bills nyingi sana ambazo hazijalipwa na SHA, karibu takriban milioni 700 hazijalipwa, wakati ambapo wananchi wa Mombasa wamekuwa wakilipa pesa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sasa hata wakati huu kuna sintofahamu kubwa sana ndani ya Mombasa County kwa sababu huduma hakuna, hasa huduma ya hospitali hakuna. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka niulize leo, wakikagua hizi hesabu, Mimi nataka nijue, manake hapa tuliletewa pia utafiti ambao ulikuwa umefanywa na tukaletewa ripoti kuwa hospitali kadhaa nyingi sana zimelipwa pesa za SHA. Nataka niulize hii Mombasa County, kwa nini mpaka leo wanadai milioni 700? Yule daktari ama yule CEO anaweza kuendesha vipi hospitali kama hana pesa? Moja. Pili, katika ugavi wa funds, Mheshimiwa Spika, miaka mitatu Coast General haijapata pesa. Mimi najiuliza kwa nini katika hizi hesabu ambazo tunafanya. Na niko katika Mheshimiwa Spika,
subiri Mheshimiwa Zamzam, kuna hoja ya nidhamu kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Wafunyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Please don't tell me to speak in Kiswahili. Kiswahili sio kidomo changu. But I'm just raising on a point of order on the issue of relevance. Whatever we are debating here or discussing on the floor of the House is the accounts for the national government entities. What our honorable member is talking about is literally account government, probably something that can be discussed account government, public accounts committee. Thank you.
I hear you, honorable member, but I also think SHA and SHIF are the national level.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa Spika, wajua Mheshimiwa Oundo siku zote ni mtu wa kupinga bila ufahamu. Kama ufahamu jambo, elezea, uzame ndani, ufahamu watu wanazungumza kitu gani. Hata hizi pesa zinazokwenda kwa county pia zote zatoka katika national government. Mimi nimekuja hapa, nimepigiwa kura na watu wa Mombasa nije niwasilishe katika bunge hili, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Haya, Mheshimiwa Zamzam, kuna hoja ya kujuzwa. Uko na haja na kujuzwa na Mheshimiwa Muliungi?
Mheshimiwa,
lazima ukubali.
Mimi sikubali kujuzwa, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Kama ukubali basi tunaendelea.
Tunaendelea. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Naona uko na hoja ya nidhamu. Mwenyekiti Mheshimiwa Tindi. Kama ni ya ujuzi ama kujuza mheshimiwa, lazima akupe mwelekeo.
I wanted to support her argument because Professor Undo, Honorable, alluded that what she's saying is not connected. But in my moving,
I have already ruled on that. Mheshimiwa Zamzam can go on.
In my moving, I said that we have projects that are sponsored by national government and county government.
And you indicated the overlap, Honorable Tindi. Correct. And I said Honorable Member Fufunyula is totally out of order. Na Mheshimiwa Zamzam anaweza kaendelea.
Sawa.
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana. Hili bunge wajua la beba kila mtu kama soko, na kila soko ina wazimu wake, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kusema sisi sote tumekuja hapa kuweza kutetea.
Natumai haujaita mheshimiwa yote wazimu sababu
nasema kila soko lina wazimu wake, na hata hapa bunge kuna wazimu wao pia, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi kitu ambacho kinanisikitisha sana Mheshimiwa Spika, hizi pesa zikitoka ni pesa za wananchi, na kama zimekusudiwa kwenda kusaidia jambo fulani, na kama hapa alivyosema ndugu yangu pale kuwa unapata, hata yeye mwenyewe Undo, Mheshimiwa Undo amesema pesa zimekusudiwa kufanya jambo hili, unapata limekuwa diverted yafanya mambo mengine, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi ndio nataka kuuliza, miaka mitatu pesa ya Coast General 3 financial years, nilikuwa nauliza hizi pesa zimeenda wapi mpaka leo? Tuwakose madaktari, wakose dawa, ICU haifanyi kazi, watu wanakufa, watu wanalia. Pesa ya SHA tumeletewa hapa report kuwa zimekuwa zikilipwa, lakini ndani ya Mombasa County, Mheshimiwa Spika, hospitali ya Coast General inadai over 700 million, Mheshimiwa Spika. Leo hata tukisema anatolewa sijui nani awekwe kando, atafanyaje kazi ya madaktari? Atamtibu vipi mgonjwa bila kupata dawa, bila kupata vile vifaa ambavyo anahitaji, Mheshimiwa Spika? Kwa hiyo kitu ambacho mimi najaribu kusema, pesa ya serikali ya wananchi lazima itumike vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kama kuna filfinyange, Auditor General awe muwazi, aseme. Manake mimi kama Mombasa nashangaa miaka mitatu na sijawahi kusikia ikizungumzwa, nimepata kufahamu jana. Ingekuwa ni vitu tunawaita, tunawauliza hapa, wewe unategemea vipi wagonjwa wako watibiwe, watu ambao unawaongoza watibiwe bila kuwapa mgao wa kuweza kupata dawa na vitu vingine, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na vingine pia amezungumza hapa akasema unapata kuna projects zinaanzishwa ambazo hazina mwelekeo, si projects ambazo zinaweza kuisha kwa ile mpangilio ambao umewekwe. Ama unapata wanaenda kuchukua mashamba ambayo si ya serikali, kisha baadaye kunaanza tetesi na pesa zimeshaingia zinaharibika, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka nimpongeze Auditor General kwa kazi nzuri ambayo anafanya, na kama anamulika wezi, amilike wezi na watoke waziwazi, Mheshimiwa Spika, wala watu wasifichwe, ndio tutaweza kunyoosha hii serikali ama Kenya iweze kwenda mbele, Mheshimiwa Spika. Iwe vitu vikitolewa, mapesa ikitolewa kwa minajili ya kufanya jambo fulani, liende kwa hilo jambo fulani. Wananchi wasilalamike kumbe kuna mtu amezembea. Pengine kuna accountant mahali amezembea. Kwa nini accountant kama hajatoa report ama hajatoa returns ya muda mrefu, mbona bado anawekwa pale, Mheshimiwa Spika? Anafaa hatua ichukuliwe ili asiweze kuzuia huduma ya kufikia wananchi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa haya mengi na machache, nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika, na nishukuru kamati ambayo inaendelezwa na ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Tindimwale. Umefanya kazi nzuri sana, mzidi kutetea Wakenya, na hata sisi wa implementation committee nafikiri sasa tutakuja tuanze kufuata hizi project, tuhakikishe zimekuwa implemented, ama ni vipi watu kama wafungwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante sana.
Very well. Member for Mwingi Central, Honorable Muliungi, are you on this?
No.
No. Member for Manyatta?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I wish also to contribute and give my opinion on the report by the committee of PSC. And Honorable Speaker, when we speak of the issue of audit in this country, it takes me back to the Kibaki government, Honorable Speaker, where audit used to be taken seriously. And Honorable Speaker, people normally used to have their heads rolling, Honorable Speaker, when they are mentioned on issues to do with corruption, issues to do with misuse of funds. And Honorable Speaker, we can all remember the unearthing of various scandals during, Honorable Speaker, the time of Kibaki presidency. But Honorable Speaker, it is obvious that these days the Auditor General's report are just becoming pieces of paper and things that give you a chance to even be noticed that you're a part of a certain ministry or you're leading a certain program. But Honorable Speaker, I would say that it is at this time when the committee, the PSC committee, and this House, Honorable Speaker, that has been given the power to oversight expenditure under Article 95 of our Constitution, the committee should come out very strongly, regardless of their political alignment, regardless of their political direction, because the only way to save this country, Honorable Speaker, is if we are able to call out the corrupt issues that are happening in this nation. Honorable Speaker, when you read the auditor's report, it is very clear that we are losing a lot of resources on misappropriation and pure theft. We have seen audits coming out saying that almost 11 billion on SHA, Honorable Speaker, cannot be located. We have seen issues being brought, Honorable Speaker, on issues to do with even Talanta Stadium, that we have a ballooning expenditure on a stadium that was supposed to be done with a few billions, Honorable Speaker. And these issues, Honorable Speaker, should actually make this House step in and make sure, Honorable Speaker, people are not losing resources that they are actually painfully paying as taxes. And I call upon the chair of PAC to lead the way and make sure that his position is well felt when it comes to scrutinizing this report, making sure that the MDAs answer to questions on the usage of public resources. Honourable Speaker, it will be unfair for this House to actually make auditor's report to not mean anything. And the push, mostly from the executive, and even as my sister from Mombasa is claiming, even from governors, we have seen a rebellion against oversight. We can clearly say that there is a huge rebellion against ensuring that we oversight as this National Assembly. And Honourable Speaker, I can also say we have allowed it because many of us, we have passed bills here and it ends with the committees just being numb on issues to do with oversight, which is actually our core mandate. Honourable Speaker, I have seen even funds that are being distributed in cash in government. The liquidity, the use of cash, hard cash, has increased because you find the empowerment programs moving around the country, giving people 2,000 or 3,000, being done in cash. And you wonder, Honourable Speaker, did we pass this budget in this parliament? These are questions that we must ask ourselves. Did we pass resources that we are seeing being used around? Is there somewhere where we have a loophole when it comes to usage of our public resources that are being painfully paid by Kenyan? Or even, Honourable Speaker, being paid through taking up of loans that would be actually be paid by our children in future. And Honourable Speaker, we look and we seem like we are passing a budget in this House. Then there is another budget by the executive that actually, Honourable Speaker, this House cannot ask questions. I wonder, Honourable Speaker, when we securitize, when we have done securitization of levies, such as fuel levy, and these other levies that are being told they are going to be securitized, Honourable Speaker, did this House say that this is one of the source of revenue? And I call upon this House, Honourable Speaker, to ensure that there is no usage of money outside the budget that we pass in this House. We are here, Honourable Speaker, talking about an infrastructure fund that is going to sell our assets. Safaricom, KPC, huge assets that actually, Honourable Speaker, have given dividend in this country. And they should continue to give dividend. But we are selling them. But Honourable Speaker, it seems like that fund is going to be a fund that can be directed outside this House without questions to be asked from this House. And I would call upon, Honourable Speaker, this House to step up. This is the House of the people, the first voice of the people of Kenya, outside them speaking on the ballot, Honourable Speaker. It is this House. And they should not be cowed, they should not be threatened, they should not be put aside when it comes to doing their mandate, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wouldn't want to interfere with the debate of my good friend Wamkunji here, but is it in order to keep blaming this House for not playing their oversight role, while what he's saying is not even right, because we know that this House has been involved, the committee concerned has been involved, and we are doing the right thing. And he keeps blaming this House, and yet is part of this House.
Honorable Speaker, I think the Honorable Member will get a chance to contribute to this debate, but I am just cautioning this House that this being the House of the people, we should not sign off our mandate of oversight. We should not sign off our mandate to ensure that public resources are well utilized and are used the way they are supposed to be used. Honorable Speaker.
What I will caution you, Honorable Mukunji, is just on what Honorable Wako has raised, is on Standing Order 85 on anticipation of debate until it's tabled on the House. Then we do not debate it. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I would call upon the committee, the PSC committee of this House, to seriously scrutinize the auditor's report. Let it be the committee that ensures that the resources that are used in this, during this time, where every Kenyan is actually having it very difficult. We have almost increased our taxes, almost double, Honorable Speaker, because many of the people, many of the taxes that we used to charge have increased since this regime stepped in. We have increased pay, we have increased NSSF, we have increased almost everything, and this is the House that has passed those bills. I just want to caution that while a Kenyan is feeling the pinch, while a Kenyan is feeling the pain of paying the taxes, Honorable Speaker, let this House also step up to ensure the funds are well utilized. Honorable Speaker, we have seen even from the other House, Honorable Senate, governors coming together to say they don't want to be asked questions. Honorable Speaker, just the other day, I had a governor apologize because she diverted 10 million Kenya shillings and she said sorry to the House of Senate. This tells you, Honorable Speaker, when you give these people a chance, they can comfortably misuse the money, they think it is their pocket money, and you have nothing as a Kenyan to be proud about. If money can be diverted to a single event, for a boda event, without even giving these boda guys something, you are just organizing an event. Honorable Speaker, it tells you this House must step up. And this House, you should not sell out your right as a member on oversight. Thank you.
Member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving an opportunity to contribute on this very important motion. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I wish to thank the chair of this committee, Honorable Nicholas Tindi Mwale, for a substantive report that he has been able to submit to this House in respect, Honorable Speaker, to the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year 2022-2023. Honorable Speaker, this report is substantive in all its aspects, in all its respects. But, Honorable Speaker, looking at this report, the question is, what happens thereafter? Who follows up to ensure that what is provided for in this report has been enforced and or complied with? Honorable Speaker, this House has a committee known as the Committee on Implementation. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Implementation should and must ensure that whatever has been recommended by the PAC Committee is actualized by this House. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Implementation, in its mandate, it provides the committee shall recommend legislations or necessary amendments to certain legislation so that committee reports do not lie idle before the Committee on Implementation. So, Honorable Speaker, in as much as we pass this colorful report, we adopt as a House, the Committee on Implementation should ensure that the contents, the recommendations of this committee are enforced to the very end. Honorable Speaker, I'll speak very briefly on this report. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that has been pointed out by the committee, by this committee, is the issue of long outstanding construction works and stalled projects. Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, for example, we have projects constructed by the Ministry of Education under the SEKIP program. Those projects have stalled, and it is only a reflection of what is happening all over the country. We have projects that have been started, initiated by different ministries, and those projects have not been able to be completed, and they are stalled. Honorable Speaker, what happens if, for example, the Ministry of Education has funded a project using infrastructure, the TIG funds, and that project is incomplete? We must find a way of ensuring that money is allocated in the subsequent financial year so that that project is complete. Honorable Speaker, I have read the report, and the report recommends that the National Assembly to approve only projects it can guarantee will be funded and completed within the medium-term expenditure framework, and no new project should be commenced by an agency before all existing ones are completed or fully funded. For example, Honorable Speaker, this is excellent, an excellent recommendation. And the Committee on Implementation, the departmental committees should follow up and ensure that this particular recommendation is adhered to. Honorable Speaker, also the issue of dual implementation of projects between national and county governments. Honorable Speaker, we have a problem in terms of conflict of representation and also conflict in terms of projects. Governors want to handle projects that ideally should be handled by the national government because of selfish competing interests. Honorable Speaker, this is something that we must be able to look at it as a House, and the committee has recommended that such funds be disbursed in full to the implementing agency as conditional grants in place of the current hybrid arrangement, and that the Auditor General and the Audit General reports under the financial statements of the implementing agencies. Honorable Speaker, we should avoid dual implementation of projects. We have a very progressive constitution. Article, the 4th schedule, Honorable Speaker, of our constitution clearly highlights the distinct mandate between the county governments and the national governments, and the letter and the spirit and the intent of the constitution must be followed to the latter. Honorable Speaker, finally, on the issue of using money outside the budget, Honorable Speaker, that is an issue that we must be able to take up. And the committee has made several recommendations on that. Honorable Speaker, the money allocated must only be used within the budget. Honorable Speaker, finally, corruption is something that we must be able to check out as a country. The committee, the PAC committee, should have recommended strongly on the issue of corruption. And the best way that this House can assist our government, can assist the executive, is through a strong parliamentary oversight, especially on matters to do with corruption. There is no need for us to allocate funds that will be siphoned through corrupt practices. Honorable Speaker, we must be able to cement our oversight mandate as a House to ensure that corrupt entities, corrupt agencies, Honorable Speaker, are brought, individuals are brought to book. Honorable Speaker, this report touches on government-owned enterprises. In this House, we passed recently the Government-Owned Enterprises Law. Honorable Speaker, we said that government entities, parastatals, should be run as commercial entities. Those agencies must be able to make profit And that is a law that we passed in this house. And we must ensure that that law is enforced. We must ensure that that law is implemented. One of the mandates of the Committee on Implementation is to ensure that legislations passed by this house are fully implemented. Honorable Speaker, that committee must bring us a report that we pass the law in this house that commercial entities, that government-owned enterprises must be run as commercial entities. We must have a report to ensure that there is full compliance of the letter, the spirit, and the intent of that particular legislation. Honorable Speaker, I rest my submission.
Honorable Wako. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this report, as I also congratulate the committee and the chairperson who gave this report or submitted this report to this House. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate when you read this report and see the things that the Auditor General has revealed, because it shows that accountability is not a priority to many of us. The different ministries department, and agencies for the national finance, the agencies have not been doing what they are supposed to do, and that is why we land into such problems. I want to congratulate the Auditor General, who has brought out issues that need our attention. And it is my prayer that after tabling this report, we will not just debate and shelve the report, but we have to come up with ways that will solve the problem and rescue this country, because it is because of such practices that Kenya is in the problem that we are in today. Many projects, we have many unfinished projects. We have people who have won the tenders and they have invested, and we have a lot of pending bills which we may not even be able to pay as a country or as ministries, just because of such problems. Honorable Speaker, when you see the report and the one is saying that unsatisfactory accounting standards of accounting units, in every government department, we should have qualified people to do what they are supposed to do. And it is unfortunate we have so many graduates today who are qualified for these positions, young people who are talented, who are passionate in serving the government, but unfortunately, because there are people, there are cartels who are already occupying those offices, and they are not even doing what they are supposed to do. Young people are out there, they are not employed, but those who are occupying those offices are also not doing the right thing. And as members of parliament, we should recommend that those officers who are not qualified, who are not able to produce the documents, and who are not able to do the right thing, should leave the offices, who are incompetent, because it shows clearly that from the report, the procurement officers' non-compliance with the provision of the laws outlined above indicates incompetence or resistance. And this, Honorable Speaker, is something that has been there for years. Again, the report says the situation was most prevalent in donor-funded projects. It's unfortunate when even donor-funded projects suffer in the hands of different officers who occupy different offices in the ministries and the departments, and at the end of the day, we are embarrassed. Honorable Speaker, again, another area that they have shown is late submission of supporting documentation. This is very unfortunate. How can a whole officer responsible enough, and we say that he or she is qualified for that position, submit documents without supportive documents?
There is no way one can do that. And that is why in Kenya today, everybody says that corruption has been devolved. In fact, the same report we read here is what you see even in the county government. And people just, move on, misuse money, corruption is there, and there is no accountability, no one is responsible. Again, I support this report because it has brought out the issue of long outstanding construction works and stalled projects. That is what I said as I was starting. We have so many citizens who have done different projects, who have done different work, started, but invested again a lot of money. They have pending bills, pending works, and unfortunately, some of them have even developed some life-threatening illnesses like blood pressure, diabetes, and some people have even separated. It has even affected families. So for how long will those people who occupy different offices continue messing this country? When you look at the report, there is non-existence or weak internal audit functions. If you do not have strong internal audit controls, then there is no way you can convince anybody in this country that you are doing the right thing. The report says where internal audit committees were not existent or did not meet regularly as prescribed by law. Non-existence of internal auditors is a serious thing. And this, as members of parliament, we must give our recommendation that if any office, any ministry, any department does not have or meet regularly as prescribed by law, then serious measures should be taken on them. Again, you can see that budgetary control performance is a real issue, And that is where we have all ministries, state department, and agencies experience budgetary underperformance. How can we account for the billions and billions, trillions that we pass in our annual budgets? And Honorable Speaker, you know very well how much we suffer in order to pass any budget, in order to pass any finance bill in this house. We struggle, we carry a lot of shame and challenges, and yet when these monies are released, there is no proper accountability. And yet it is the members of parliament who carry the cross. Honorable Speaker, it is high time that serious audit should be done in all the ministries. The people who are not qualified for those positions should be sent home or transferred to the departments that they are relevant to or qualified for, and bring in our young people who are graduates, who have good and relevant papers, so that they can also get the opportunity of serving this country. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate because in every department, in every ministry, everybody is crying because of corruption that is there. The practice of corruption is there, and accountability is no more. And there are people who have enriched themselves, and yet the poor continue suffering. It is high time for us to say no to all this, so that even as a government, we can be proud of this regime. Our president is doing a lot. He's doing a lot. He's looking for resources, and just to make sure that proper work is done and budget given, resources follow the budget, finances are given, and yet when it comes to accountability is not there. Honorable Speaker, it is good for all of us to be good stewards, and that is lacking in this country. Our president cannot do as much as he wants as long as we have all these problems. In order to support our president, we must get rid of all the lazy unqualified people, cartels that are there in the ministries, so that we get the right people to the offices and service delivery be given. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, member for Karachuonyo, Honorable Okwome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start by saying that audit report is one of the most important documents for control of the money given to the government by the people. Because that money, though given by the people to the government, it is for the people. And it must be used to enhance the needs of the people. If there is some shortfall on this, we rely on the Auditor General to tell us. So when the Auditor General gives us his report, that report is extremely important, and I emphasize the word important. We do many things that can develop this country. The government offers tenders. That's the national government. And at the county level, the county also does the same. Even we people who are in the constituencies give tenders on funds we get from NGCDF. But all these are given so that they serve the purpose for which the tenders are advertised. If you find that some of the projects for which tenders are advertised are not even completed, and the auditors tell us this is the case, what happens, Madam Speaker? We have to make sure that action is taken. We may speak in this house and say all that is sayable, but the key thing is that the end. Debate alone is nothing. The implementation committee must also do their work to ensure that whatever was not completed is completed. I know a colleague suggested that money can be provided even in the next or the following financial year for the completion. But we have to be careful. We have to know, because by the time the tender was advertised, there was money for it. I'll be surprised if somebody advertises a tender for which there is no money. But if there was money and the tender is advertised, where has the money gone? What has happened? I know here is where weakness is dwelling, and that weakness must be eliminated. What I've said may relate to the national government, but it applies also to the county government. It also applies to the national government constituency fund. We must be action-oriented on the government money in terms of accountability. I know recently we were doing some public participation on the sale of government share in Safaricom. But I can tell you the main thing where the wananchi were putting us to task on is, if the sale is done, will the money go to where you are telling us? Mistrust is there. Will the money go to where you are telling us? I think it is this house which has the responsibility to answer that question more than anybody else. We need to be in a position to answer that question. And although I have just given that example of Safaricom, this goes with practically anything for which we have provided money. Now we are soon, or we are, I would say we are on BPS. Getting government policy on what they want to do. Getting government policy on how they are going to, or how they propose the funds to be used will be received. That is the beginning of where our starting takes off. After we have done that, and when papers say what is going to be done, people feel they can be happy because something is there for them to develop their various areas. But along the way, we are lost. But the money is spent. We have a responsibility, Madam Speaker, and we must live to the task given to us by wananchi. We are here in this house as their representative. If they were able to come to this house and talk what we are talking now, they would come. But the chairs, the seats we have are much less, and the house is too small. They can't come to this house. So we are coming to this house on their behalf. Let us have them in our heart as we discuss, as we decide. Madam Speaker, this is the point I wanted to raise. I submit.
Very well, Honorable Nabwera.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the report. And Madam Speaker, in the report we have submitted as Public Accounts Committee through our chair, we have made a number of observations and recommendations. Madam Speaker, I want to start by saying the design of our Constitution 2010 is made in such a way that for every cent you collect from citizens in terms of tax, or you get on behalf of the citizen as a loan or as a grant, must be accounted for in terms of either a project, a service, or a placement, a financial placement. Madam Speaker, it is very, very disheartening that we have departments of government that are now notorious in one, having stalled projects, two, being unable to account for finances given to them, three, having very poor financial records, and four, having abnormal wastages. Madam Speaker, if you read that report, when you reach the Department of Water, you would wonder the amount of wastage this country has witnessed in that department alone. Madam Speaker, you will find that they started a project, a water dam, without having acquired land. They have not acquired land. They have money to build the water dam. Madam Speaker, you will find that in between the years, they start another dam. That dam is incomplete, sunk in several billions of shillings. Madam Speaker, it is very disheartening that up to now, as we sit here, we can really not explain the actual payroll of the National Police Service. Because ping pong between the National Police Service Commission and the National Police Service. Article 226(5) provides that if the holder of a public office, including a political office, directs or approves the use of public funds contrary to law or instruction, the person is liable for any loss arising from that use and shall make good the loss, whether the person remains the holder of the office or not. Madam Speaker, I'm reading that proviso because of what Honorable Toroitich said on this floor. That indeed, I've looked at even past public accounts reports, that our implementation, the implementation committee of this house must up its game. We are actually almost becoming a laughing stock. We make recommendations, serious recommendations in these reports. But what happens? Madam Speaker, what happens? Madam Speaker, I'm even asking that this house must redesign what we mean by reprimand for a public officer. We must describe it. What do we want when we talk about reprimand? Madam Speaker, successive reports have asked accounting officers to take administrative action against officers who have led to loss of funds. What happens? You go in the next financial year, you see them there. If you ask, they tell you we are still waiting. Madam Speaker, I want to submit that this house must come up with a policy on what to do with idle investment and assets. As Public Accounts Committee, we realize, for example, the Department of Prisons has idle land for years. It's idle land. Some even is being grabbed. The executive must tell us, what do we do with these idle assets? We require a lot of money to fund education. We require a lot of money to fund infrastructure. But here we are, having departments with idle land. Thousands of acres. Madam Speaker, one of the things the Public Accounts Committee is pointing out in the report is that many departments in this country do not even have an asset register. For God's sake, if you don't know your assets, why are you asking for money to acquire more assets? And why are we giving money for these people who don't know their assets to acquire more assets? Madam Speaker, I also noticed, as we went through this, that the 1/3 rule labor law is obsolete in the current setup. Why am I saying this? As much as we are insisting on the 1/3 rule, we are forgetting that it is this house that passes taxes that puts pressure on the pay slip of an employee. An employee whose pay slip is already mortgaged for other things, when you are putting there more taxes, you don't consult. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us as a house to agree that the 1/3 rule is obsolete in the current scenario, and ask the department concerned to come up with a reasonable law that this House must pass. Madam Speaker, one of the things that we need to think as a House, why is it that the Public Accounts Committee will give recommendations based on facts, and instead of EACC running with those recommendations, we create another bureaucracy elsewhere in other jurisdictions? As Public Accounts Committee is having a hearing, the people in charge are sitting there. You know, a thief is a very interesting character. He designs, he looks through the system and knows where there is a loophole. And in this country, I want to believe many accounting officers have discovered this loophole between a Public Accounts Committee, Implementation Committee, and then there must be some investigation agency, and they are using that to buy time. And therefore, they just squander public resources and no one takes charge. I want to summarize, Madam Speaker, by saying this.
Your time is up. You've had your 10 minutes. You have had 10 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you. The Bible says this: each one of us will be accountable for our own sins. However, for the public, you and I who sit in this house may be accountable for not doing the right thing when we had an opportunity to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Luanda, Honorable Maungu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also add my voice on a matter of such great importance and significance to this country. Madam Speaker, allow me first and foremost to applaud the committee chaired by my good brother, Honorable Tindi Mwale, for a report well done, and recommendations are quite in tandem with what we may need of a watchdog committee. Madam Speaker, this House is a house of laws. This House passed what we call Public Audit Act 2015 that guides on how public audit is conducted in our various institutions, on how public money is used. The same House, Madam Speaker, passed what we call Public Finance Management Act of 2013, which actually gives a framework within which every entity, organization, or department should actually conduct itself. And therefore, every other time, Madam Speaker, these agencies, accounting officers will appear before the House of Parliament to defend, or rather to present their budgets, Madam Speaker, for approval, Madam Speaker. And therefore, it is just good, Madam Speaker, and incumbent upon this House to ensure that the funds we appropriate, the public funds that we appropriate and commit, are well oversighted. And that is what we get of a report of what we got, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago, we had a section of governors somewhere saying that they can now choose to attend summons or not because the Senate Public Accounts Committee made summons and they were to appear before the same. It was very sad, Madam Speaker, that a public officer who has been given resources to watch over or manage can actually desire to choose not to attend before a constitutional body or organ of government like a Public Accounts Committee, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to applaud the committee that has gone through the reports tabled and been able to come up with a report, Madam Speaker, some of which may need stern action. And as my good brother, Honorable Tim, said, that once the reports are tabled, then we need to see them implemented as they are. And the departmental or the Oversight Committee on Implementation must actually follow up and see all the recommendations passed
all the recommendations done by this committee are actually implemented to the letter. Because, Madam Speaker, as we are the watchdog of the public. Many of the times, we find that public resources are used wrongly. Sometimes public resources, Madam Speaker, are used for the wrong objective. And therefore, it will be good that this report, which has been tabled, Madam Speaker, be followed well. Research notes that the committee observes that accounting officers actually don't provide supporting documents for transactions which have been incurred. Lots and lots of money are appropriated to these departments, to these accounting officers, yet they fail to account for such by providing what is required as a supporting documents. One wonders, therefore, this is not private money that you can use at will and do as you deem fit. Public Finance Management Act requires that the money is spent within the procurement plan and proper supporting documents must be provided. And therefore, the committee has come up with a very good recommendation, Madam Speaker, and I believe that the flag of committees, the flag of departments should be able to actually watch on the same. The matter of long outstanding works which are stalled. It is a fact that this country has been dotted with scars of incomplete projects. Projects which are well intended. Projects which were well budgeted for. And these projects are stalled, Madam Speaker, for one reason or the other. The committee has also come out very strongly on what is the fate of such projects, Madam Speaker. In my constituency and any other member, Madam Speaker, we can actually be able to flag over a project that has been stalled, a project that has been outstanding for long, for one reason or the other, part of which is maybe because of the accounting issues involved, whereby money was spent and this money was commingled. Money was mixed up, and for example, you find that now that money that was meant for that project vanishes in one or the other, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as an accountant, we have public accounting standard boards that oversees how the accounting standards should be implemented, should be followed, should be watched. And therefore, it is incumbent upon the accounting officers to ensure that the required accounting standards are deployed to ensure that what we are doing, Madam Speaker, in terms of ensuring public funds are used well, is actually observed, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the committee has observed that we may have some institutions, you may have some accounting officers who may opt not to observe the basics of the accounting standards as dictated by the Accounting Standards Board, which, Madam Speaker, would be very wrong. We live in an era where we have funds which are devolved to the county governments. In some instances, we have a situation whereby these projects, you may not even be able to establish who is actually doing these projects. A good example is the road subsector. The national government has been able to classify these roads. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 classifies our roads as either national roads or the county roads. We find that the road has been done. The county government proposed again to do the same road, Madam Speaker, and therefore we have road which has been has been implemented twice or from two different fronts. I think the committee did observe that such funds should be disbursed in full for the specific project, Madam Speaker, so that we don't have what we may call commingling of funds, whereby money meant for a given project is commingled with money for another project, Madam Speaker, and therefore bringing in a gray area that opens up an opportunity for fraud, an opportunity for embezzlement, an opportunity for siphoning and pilferage, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is on record that our sitting president once said that Kenya loses close to 2 billion shillings every other year, every other day, Madam Speaker. Looking at that kind of money, it is colossal amount of money. Yet, these people who are supposed to observe due diligence, these people who are supposed to observe the public sector accounting standards as required by Speaker, don't actually stick by what is required, opening opportunities for these people who are fishy, the same officers who are crude, the same officers who are not straightforward, Madam Speaker, to look at it and actually find that pilferage takes place. A good example, Madam Speaker, I sit in the Education Committee in this House. We may need to find out, the committee can help us find out, for example, the criteria that is used to ensure that money dispatched for school infrastructure has a policy that it follows, Madam Speaker. Last year, this House appropriated funds for specific schools in this country, but the ministry in charge and the Department of Basic Education, Madam Speaker, went against what this Parliament had actually tabled and approved as it is provided in the budget books. This is an area, Madam Speaker, that I may call upon the department
and the Office of the Auditor General to dig deep and see how can an accounting officer superimpose a schedule, superimpose a distribution list that is different from what was appropriated, what was captured in the budget books and has been sanctioned or approved by the House. And therefore, Madam Speaker, as we applaud what the committee has done, we call it to go deeper. We call the leadership of the committee to go deeper and actually find out what happens when money has been appropriated, when money has been committed, yet the accounting officers, who are the accounting officers who are supposed to watch over, actually mess around and sleep on the job. Madam Speaker, we find that, for example, in the matter of education also, school capitation. Last year, the government undertook a very creative and a very important exercise of trying to validate the records available. It was on record, Madam Speaker, that we had so many learners who are ghost learners in these schools. The question is, who is the officer who had captured that data in the NEMIS? Who is the sub-county director who actually approved that data? Who is the accounting officer, the ministry, who actually released funds to the schools? And who is that person who actually paid these funds to an illegal person? Madam Speaker, it's a whole system which actually needs to be broken down. And therefore, as I conclude, Madam Speaker, I want to applaud and commend the committee, but call upon the committee in charge of implementation to ensure what has been passed, what has been decided by this House is followed to the letter. I therefore support and say good work to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Makwiny.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, Honorable Speaker, let me congratulate the chairman together with this committee for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, on Friday, the chair of PAC and myself got a chance to interact with the Auditor General in Mombasa together with our entire team, directors. And we were able to discuss quite a number of issues that are affecting audit in our country. And I can see that is exactly what the chairman and together with the committee have captured. From the get-go, Honorable Speaker, one of the things that the Auditor General would request us is that she needs more funds to do her job. So while we commend the job that has been done here, she still needs more. And I'm convinced, I know we've not had a very rosy relationship, the House, but more importantly, we should be able to work with the Auditor General because all these issues that we're speaking about is about saving funds for the country and delivering for our people. Honorable Speaker, special audits are always being conducted. Nobody ever considers them. Nobody ever considers where the funding for those things are, for the special audits are going to come from. Even now, Honorable Speaker, you will see later on us with the budget, with the supplementary budget, an article, the 223, the special, when it comes to adjusting how the money has been spent and is approved by this House. But we never approve funds for that, for the Auditor General, to go and audit what has actually happened. So I was very lucky, Honorable Speaker, that I got the chance to actually represent the Committee of Implementation in that meeting, and there's a lot that we need to do. One of the things that I'll say is that we need a lot of cooperation with the Auditor General's office. And last week, Honorable Speaker, we had an adjournment motion to discuss drought. Interestingly, there is a report by the Auditor General on drought, which nobody even raised on this floor. And I'm sure even the members who are deeply affected, especially in Northeastern, would need to see that report. There is an audit report by the Auditor General on floods. It is there. And I can assure you, with the way these rains are going, you can see that once we get out of this period of drought, it is flooding that is coming next. So we really need to support the Office of the Auditor General and see what is in those reports and implement that. Honorable Speaker, when I look at this report, the issues of poor accounting standards are cross-cutting everywhere. Honorable Speaker, I had the privilege of sitting in the PIC committee as well on governance and education, and I can tell you with universities and TVETs, this is the order of the day. the losses, in my opinion, are in billions. And I actually thank the wisdom of the 12th Parliament splitting the PIC committees as they did, because with one big committee, they couldn't interrogate all these reports for universities and TVETs. Now that we have a special committee, we've been able to go through quite a number of these institutions that have never been audited. In fact, some of the people who appear before us don't even understand what they're there to do. So that is something that is cross-cutting, and we must deal with it because we're losing a lot of taxpayers' money. I also noticed the issue of late submission being raised, and that is the order of the day. And at times, Honorable Speaker, I want to be open that I believe this is a ploy by certain accounting officers to deny the Auditor General an opportunity to interrogate what has actually happened. It's rampant. You see documents are brought in late, and even then, the auditor still has to request for additional documents. I mean, there is room, I don't want to accuse anyone, but there is room for doctoring some of these documents if that's the trend. And it seems it's not just in the committee, it's cross-cutting everywhere. I was happy that the Honorable Member, Nabi, when he spoke on the issue of reprimanding officers. Now, Honorable Speaker, this is one of the biggest issues in audit committees. We have to choose the language that we use, because there's language that you use in the report. And especially if you're not dealing, and the House needs to know that we have 3 months. Once the Auditor General submits the reports, you have 3 months to adopt those reports. Otherwise, what happens later on is that whatever you do, you say you've reprimanded or this person should be surcharged and all that, they just run to court and say that the constitution timelines have expired. So we really need to know how to deal with this issue, and we need to support the Auditor General that all these reports come on a timely basis, because once the period expires, then that disappears. These officers, we need a language. We need a language on how to reprimand them. This is something that is key to all these audit committees, not just the PAC committee. Honorable Speaker, stalled projects. Now, I don't think we've been, out of all the universities and TVETs that we've been auditing, I think about 80% have stalled projects. And another issue that is coming through with this EGP, and one of the things that I'll never support Honorable Mbadi, the Finance Cabinet Secretary, on is pushing down this EGP, despite this House nullifying EGP. Now this is going to lead to the highest number of stalled projects that you've ever seen. As long as he insists that EGP is there, despite us nullifying it in this House, 1 year from now, you'll see all these institutions, whether it's universities or whatever government institutions, they'll have funds, they'll not have utilized those funds, and they'll not have implemented those projects. So you'll just have projects and you'll have money sitting there. Well, that is one issue that I believe we really need to sort out. Apologies, Honorable Speaker, somebody's calling. Poor funding as well. Poor funding, that's the order of the day to all these institutions. When you go to Moi University, and poor priorities, when you go to Moi University, there are projects, Honorable Speaker, that even by the World Bank were started in the 90s, and they're still there, not completed. Moi University is the perfect example of a university where you'll go and see stalled projects in every corner. From when Moi was president, at that time, Honorable Speaker, some of us were in primary school. Yeah? Kibaki when he was president, Uhuru was president, and now we have Ruto as president. You just have stalled projects, ongoing. It's a perfect example, because there's poor funding and poor planning. That is something that we really need to address, Honorable Speaker. And we must encourage some of these institutions, if they can get on alternative funding, some of these institutions that can generate funds on their own, let us allow them to generate funds and implement. And rather than relying on exchequer releases, and we all know we never have enough money to release to some of these institutions. Honorable Speaker, the issue of internal audit, this one, goes to, especially like in the Ministry of Education. Some of these universities, they've refused to even appoint councils and allow them to even recruit. So what happens? You have shortages all over, and these people who are there cannot fully account on the funds that are actually being spent there. Most of these institutions have actors, yeah? Everybody's acting. You have an acting finance director, an acting CEO, an acting what? So obviously we have a problem there. I'd encourage especially the CS, education, and the PS. They need to respond to all the queries to these universities. And I know that this issue now goes even to the other institutions that are beyond the peak committee that I've spoken to. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak on this issue on dual implementation that has been raised. Now, as a member of Parliament of Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, this is one of the biggest concerns we're going to have. The other day, the government signed a cooperation agreement. The Auditor General was not involved. She just saw this thing being signed. And while we know we want to help the people of Nairobi want roads, schools, hospitals, and all those things the county should do. If we are not careful, a lot of funds, there'll be a lot of duplication, a lot of money will be lost. And I just want to caution the park committee that if they don't get involved in it now, this is going to be a monstrosity that they'll have to deal with. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, let me just congratulate the committee for the job they've done, and also thank the Auditor General for also the good job that she's also done. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kirinyaga, Honorable Njeri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are just at the center of a conversation of our young people going to Russia, Ukraine, being lured to fight a war that is not theirs. And when you look at the report before this House, it is clear that as the National Assembly, we have failed the young people of Kenya, and dare I say, the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, Article 95 of the Constitution of Kenya empowers this House and ensures that one of the primary duties is oversight, Honorable Speaker. And we have seen these reports. We have heard them. Is it merely our job to debate them? What more can we do as the only institution that is empowered by the Constitution of Kenya, expressly so, to oversight the national government, to oversight expenditure and ensure that any and all funds are applied as intended and that monies are not looted? Honorable Speaker, there's a proverb, an African proverb, that says, let the young man in his desperation go out to hunt. If he kills an elephant, poverty ends. If an elephant kills him, poverty ends. That is where we have gotten the young people of Kenya. It is absolutely unfortunate that we can talk about loss of funds, white elephants, stalled projects, people who have acted ultra vires to the letter and spirit of the Constitution and subsidiary legislation, and yet no action, despite the committee recommending the same, is taken. Honorable Speaker, it is upon us, because what are we telling the Kenyan people? We cannot say our hands are tied. They are looking upon us as a National Assembly to put our feet down and exercise our oversight mandate. And the only, perhaps, recourse they would have is to send us home if we cannot do our job of oversight. Honorable Speaker, these monies that are bleeded daily, cost of white elephants, these are monies that could be channeled into initiatives that generate and ensure that we have a robust economy, that we're investing in manufacturing for the young people of Kenya so that they do not have to feel that it is okay to leave the country they love, because it has become so exhausting for them. It is choking them that they have to leave to go fight a war that is not theirs. Honorable Speaker, even as we debate as colleagues, if there is any needed legislative support to give life to the spirit and letter of the Constitution as per Article 95, this House has the powers to do the same. So as we debate here, as we interrogate the report, we must also offer solutions to the Kenyan people. We were not elected to give commentary and opinion on reports that have been prepared by House committees. We were elected to ensure that our three primary duties, and that is a duty of oversight, legislation, representation, that we ensure we meet those duties. Honorable Speaker, I'm therefore calling upon this House to consider what more we can do so that we do not have or keep having this debate time from time in regard to the loss of funds, white elephants, officers that should be held accountable, persons who should not be holding public offices, but they're holding public offices at the cost of the future of the young people of Kenya and the great nation of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Owen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, gives me pleasure really to contribute to this debate on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year 2022-2023. Honorable Speaker, you notice that 2022-2023 is a year that we came into Parliament, this 13th Parliament, 2022-2023. And we are looking at, Honorable Speaker, audited accounts for that period, a report for that period. Honorable Speaker, this in itself gives us a sense that we are actually doing catch-up, because we are talking about mistakes that were made in 2022-2023 financial year, Honorable Speaker, while we are in the 2026-2027 financial year that we are about to start. The BPS has been laid, Honorable Speaker, for the same. What does this portend for a country? It means, therefore, we are not up to date in terms of auditing, and this is actually where the problems begin. People get away with murder, Honorable Speaker, this way, because the counting officers that were then here, that we are talking about, Honorable Speaker, probably many of them have left, have retired, have been deployed, others have been sacked, and and therefore, discussing a report this late is not good for a country that has a budget of more than 4 trillion, Honorable Speaker. So as a House, we have work to do. If we are to bring accountability, if we are to bring justice to the people of Kenya, we need to be up to date in terms of audit reports. And I want to request our audit committees and the Office of the Auditor General and everybody that is involved, let's come to that level, Honorable Speaker, where we actually discuss reports for that financial year so that we can catch people real time. We can talk to people real time. But you see, this is historical information. And this historical information may not be very useful. Probably for the purpose of debate, it can be useful. But for the purpose of being helpful for a nation, Honorable Speaker, this is not helpful. That is first, Honorable Speaker. The second thing, Honorable Speaker, that I would like to talk about. Many times that I've gone through audit reports, you realize that many accounting officers run away from justice by submitting supporting documents late. The Auditor General will be there. They will request for documents. Ping-pong games will be played such a way that at the end of the day, there are no documents that are produced. And when the documents are not produced, Honorable Speaker, a report is written here, and of course, the members of the executive will come to Parliament here and say, the document was not there then, but it is here now. The document could not be found then, but it is here now. Actually, this is sabotaging audit. inability to produce documents real time during an audit is actually sabotaging audit and sabotaging use of public funds, Honorable Speaker, and this must stop. So I want to ask accounting officers there, people need to prepare for audit so that documents are produced at the time when they must be produced. And I like the recommendation by the committee that accounting officers comply with Section 68(2)(k) of the PFMA Act Cap 41(2)(a) by providing supportive documents on time. The committee cautions that in subsequent audit cycles, it shall be recommended the position of it will recommend the imposition of appropriate sanctions. But Honorable Speaker, you see, if we are looking at audits, at accounts of 2022-2023, and this is the recommendation we are making, we are saying that the committee cautions that in subsequent audits, but I am sure the subsequent audits have this same, because this is a statement that is always there. Every subsequent audit will have late submission of supporting documentation. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to be more stronger in terms of audit reports, because this is where accountability is brought to fore, Honorable Speaker. And when we do not actually get right documents to do proper accountability checks, Honorable Speaker, then we fail. Honorable Speaker, I heard what my brother, the Deputy Whip, talk about stalled projects, and it is one of the things that is pulling this government down, Honorable Speaker. I want to use the word pulling it down, because stalled project has two serious components, two serious issues. One, there's no appropriation of the project, so countrymen and countrywomen are not using that project. That is one. Two, funds have been used, and those funds have not given quality, back to the community, Honorable Speaker. And these are fundamental problems with stalled projects. One, you have invested money that is not enough. Two, the contractor probably has not been paid. And three, Honorable Speaker, you have a project that cannot be appropriated. There's a project that cannot be used, Honorable Speaker. So if we continue this way, Honorable Speaker, we have money that has been used but is not useful to the community. We need to find a way to stop this. When money is allocated for a project, it should be enough, such that by the time the project is completed and the money is completed, countrymen and women can use that project to benefit from it, Honorable Speaker. And I have seen, Honorable Speaker, many stalled projects. And it is not only for the national government, but the county government. Actually, it is rampant within county governments. A lot of incomplete projects where resources are diverted for new projects to be created, and those new projects, Honorable Speaker, don't get completed, Honorable Speaker. I like the committee recommendation that national government approves only projects it can guarantee will be funded and completed within the medium-term expenditure framework. We need to do that. We need to guarantee completion of projects by ensuring that we appropriate enough resources for those projects, Honorable Speaker. This way, then we are going to ensure that we run away from the problem of incomplete projects. In this country, Honorable Speaker, when you walk around, you realize many incomplete projects that have not been completed. And this is something that is wasteful. It is wasting resources. Honorable Speaker, one of the very interesting things that we have talked about, Honorable Speaker, and I'm sure you yourself as a member of Gilgil has talked about when you sit on your honorable chair here, is on the issue of interest on loans that have not been drawn. And I think we have in this parliament discussed the one government account, Honorable Speaker. A government agency procures a loan, the loan is not drawn, but interest is charged, and the interest keeps on going up, and they are not even ready for the project. The people who procured the loan are not even ready for the project. Honorable Speaker, there are other government agencies which take loans just for the purpose of supporting a bank or supporting a financial institution, but they do not actually require the loan. So what happens, Honorable Speaker? We come here that we are paying loans worth 1 trillion. But the interest of those loans, Honorable Speaker, is on a very high scale. But if you look at the quality of work that came out of the money is still in the bank, Honorable Speaker. And drawn loans. I do not know at what level we're going to stop this. But I want to talk to my friend Mbadi. When he used to sit there at the leader of the minority things, you know, and we used to support him. We were his supporting cast. Now he sits right in the center of Treasury, Honorable Speaker. And yet, 223. I'm happy we have not seen the second supplementary. I'm happy about that. I'm saying probably he's doing something. But I am sure when he comes back here, he will come and cite 223. He will come and tell us, Honorable Speaker, that there were loans that were taken, but they were not drawn, meaning, therefore, they continue to earn interest. Honorable Speaker, this is bad manners, and it must stop. Government must run on programs, on budgets, on money that has been properly planned for, not taking loans that cannot be. Honorable Speaker, with all those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I know I must have touched the heart of Irene Mayaka in what I've said. She's a good accountant, yeah. And she understands these things. And I would like to request her to continue the thread of my thoughts from there. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Owen, you have no such mandate, no capacity to grant you any minutes to Honorable Mayaka. Honorable Dr. John Mutunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support adoption of this report. I'd also support implementation of the recommendations of the report. Honorable Speaker, whatever is contained in this report has not been done by just anybody. It has been done by people who are put in positions. It actually has been done by leaders, people at the level of use of resources who are charged with that responsibility. Honorable Speaker, if I refer to the Constitution, Article 73, clearly tells us that a leader, wherever they are, has certain responsibilities. And these responsibilities are basically defined by the authority that that leadership is occupying. The responsibilities basically include being able to acquire or have public trust, exercised in a manner consistent with the Constitution that we passed in 2010. Further, that particular article, Honorable Speaker, clearly states that leadership ought to deliver three things. Number one, demonstrate respect for the people. When you look at most of the audit reports, they tell you that the actors therein, those who implemented some of those activities, those who made the decisions to pay or not to pay, those who made decisions to acquire resources and utilize, barely respected the people. So they do not deserve being leaders. The same article, Honorable Speaker, speaks about bringing honor to the nation. As we speak in this country, and in most cases when we speak, and whenever we speak about corruption in Kenya, we do not paint Kenya very positively to the global community. But we speak the truth because it's a cancer that needs to be healed. It does not bring honor to this particular nation. And this dishonor is brought about by people in responsible position. The other issue that is brought about very carefully by Article 73 of the Kenyan Constitution is promotion of public confidence. And Honorable Speaker, when you have not demonstrated respect for the people, when you are brought in dishonor to yourself and the nation, of course you do not promote public confidence. It doesn't happen. So, Honorable Speaker, when the Committee on Public Accounts brings up such a report for us to look into and debate and seek for adoption and implementation of the recommendations, I think they're doing the right thing. But the question is, how often do we actually go to the extent of apprehending those who have done the wrong things? Honorable Speaker, we must stop misusing public resources by supporting the audit function, or else we do away with the audit function anyway. Why should we expend public resources to do an audit that at the end of the day will not be implemented? Madam Speaker, if I may reflect into the experiences we have whenever we interact with most of the functions, most of the development in this country, there are very many things that we see. Most of my colleagues, and I want to agree with them to a large extent, have highlighted the fact that we have many stalled projects. These stalled projects were not designed and configured by primary school children. These stalled projects were not configured by people who have never been to anybody's school. These stalled projects are developed by people who know what is supposed to be done at unit level and what is supposed to be done when the entire project is completed. People who have been to school and they have satisfied various bonds of examiners for their award of major degrees. People who have experience for many years. But then, no, Speaker, is it that they do it by mistake? No. They do it deliberately. They use the knowledge, same knowledge, to overturn things, to do things the other way, to justify the ons and the wrongs. And that is why audit reports will always be there, highlighting the wrongs that have been done, deliberately so. But unfortunately, we do not get them implemented. Madam Speaker, allow me to pick a few issues. This country has a very elaborate structure of implementation of projects, programs, development initiatives, major plans, very elaborate, extremely well designed and populated. We give individuals responsibilities to do work, and these individuals, we choose them by virtue of their capacity to deliver. I'll pick out an institution or some institutions in the category of autonomous, semi-autonomous, and dependent institutions. Those that are dependent, if you look keenly at what they propose every year, because now we are very fresh, it is very fresh in our minds, we are going through the budget process, is an increase in more, they want more and more and more money. The county governments want more money, individual projects want more money, MDAs want more money. All of them want more money from the government. But when I speak, I wonder, who is government if they are not government? Let me single out government in the form of semi-autonomous government agencies. I am aware of the policy to graduate institutions from semi-autonomous to autonomous. Once you become autonomous, you do not get any money from the exchequer. But Honourable Speaker, at what rate are we converting these institutions to autonomy? How many of them become autonomous every year? How many times have we seen Treasury, and indeed, people in positions of higher leadership frustrated even to bring about decrees of how much funding should be given to these institutions? Why do I say this? Honourable Speaker, I say this because the decision is to keep on seeking for more and more, being and living the dependency life. And that is what we have trained ourselves as a people, as leaders, and as a nation. And once you live the life of a dependent, and you propagate and promote dependency, there is no way you will ever be self-sufficient, and that is why we don't develop even as a country. So, Honourable Speaker, we need to start asking ourselves, how long should a semi-autonomous institution be let to go, or to be semi-autonomous and then be declared autonomous based on the level of resource mobilization or the revenue that they generate? Honourable Speaker, I have classical examples I've come across in my working life. Institutions that actually become autonomous, but then they even seek for permission to lift the lid, open up a little bit more, to be allowed to use a little bit more of the resources they are generating. Sometimes you see an institution has been able to fund their budget, and then you have refused as a committee to open the brackets to allow them to spend more of the money they have created. The question is, where does that money go? That money which was already made by this institution, which has been denied the permission to open up the lid. Where does that money go? Rarely will you find the CS Treasury declaring so much money has come from institutions as A. So we have this tendency to need more and more. But let me ask a question. When we require so much, when we ask for so much, when we demand so much, where does it go? Where do we say it should go? Honourable Speaker, in most cases it will go to construction so that we may have semi-completed infrastructural development. It will also unashamedly go to personal emoluments, and it will also go to operation and maintenance. If I look at the second two, personal emolument, what are we trying to say? Bettering the lives of those actors, not actually developing the nation, not developing the Kenyan. When we talk about operation and maintenance, making their lives even a lot more better, making their environment better, buying new desks, new vehicles, instead of developing our country. Then
your time is up. You've had your 10 minutes. Honorable Moses Kirima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity at least to say a word. Madam Speaker, I'm contributing to this motion on the examination of documents by a report of the Auditor General to various institutions in our country, because I can see time is running short. Mine is to say that, Madam Speaker, that when the Auditor General carry out the exercise and plug an issue as it relates to an institution and the people who are governing the institution, the comment or the report given by the committee should be acted upon. Because, Madam Speaker, in some instances, a CEO or an accounting officer is held accountable or is found to be responsible of some issues, but that a file or the report is just put into the shelves and it just gets dusty there. No action takes place. And more to that, sometimes when it is said that the audit is late or it has been done prior or before an officer leaves the office, provided that you are within the boundaries of the Republic of Kenya and you are found to be culpable of an issue which the Auditor General has flagged out, you should be held accountable wherever you are, provided you are not dead. If you had seen the BBC News yesterday, there is an ambassador who left office about 5 years back, but he was arrested yesterday, having been found to have abused his office by doing what was not right in the office. It's only in Kenya here, by when you leave the office, you are just forgotten or no, you are not pursued. But this is where there is a lot of misuse of public funds by misdirecting or mismanagement of the public institutions, and the Auditor General now and then finds that so-and-so is capable or has been found to be guilty, but no action takes place. I've never heard of anybody being prosecuted and convicted out of the report of the Auditor General. And every year, you find that the Auditor General is flagging issues as related to misuse of public funds. With those few remarks, for I can see the time as it is, I really support the motion that whoever is found to be guilty or to be found to be culpable must bear the responsibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kirima, if you wished, you will still have had a balance of 7 minutes, but you have wound up your contribution and saved us some time. Thank you. Order, members. Honorable members, and the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 25th February of 2026 at 9:30 a.m.